Okay. So while some stuff gets beaten to shit up behind me, today is the day that we do a bunch of shit. I really want to get into Endwalker. So we've still got the last patch of Shadowbringers, which has got 2 dungeons in it that I've never done. But I also still have to do the magical and ranged DPS level 80 quests. I also need to do Reaper and Sage 70 to 80 quests. So, there's a lot that we need to get done today. Well, we don't need to get it done, but there's a lot I want to get done today. My hope is that by the end of today's stream, we can be, maybe not in Endwalker, but like be at the quest that opens Endwalker. The first quest of Endwalker is the next one for us to do. That's my hope. We'll see if we get there. But what I have done is some Delibrum runs, so I have enough time-worn artifacts. I've deliberately not done more Delibrum, because I want to wait until we get the need for raw emotions. Please insert raw materials to begin ethereal siltstone extraction. So I hope that we can also access Zadnor today. Ethereal siltstone detected. Please insert weapon. Weapon detected. Preparing a Thero insulation coating. Weapon ether stabilized. Please select memories for desired attribute adjustment. Okay, I get to give it stats. Don't really care. Thank fuck that works. Scanning registry, readying memories for extraction, applying Aethero insulation coating, initiating etheric memory infusion. Well, I'll be damned. Worked. Did it? Shiny. I don't hate the sword. Not sure if I'm a fan of the shield. I'll give the elegant ball of bolts credit. Any smithwork this Sam had been proud of a weapon as fine as this. I'll call her the Augmented Law's Order Bastard Sword. And what better to partner her with than the Augmented Law's Order Kite Shield? Of course, if something ain't right with them, tell it to the node, not me. Warning! Warning! Subsequent memory infusions require reapplication of ethereal insulation coating, meaning Blade Bun would need to acquire more siltstone. And there's no better place to procure said siltstone than Rowena's House of Splendors. Our stalls are stocked with the finest relics containing high concentrations of ethereal siltstone, which are certain to meet all your weapon forging needs. Visit your nearest House of Splendor's representative today and receive a discount on your first purchase. If quality is what you seek, come to Mordona and let Mistress Rowena add a touch of splendor to your life. This advertisement was brought to you by Rowena's House of Splendors. The House of Splendors is not responsible for damages, injury, or painful death incurred through the use, misuse, or inability to use their products. Offer is void and the void where prohibited or not prohibited. Bloody hell. There's nothing safe from that money-grubbing witch. Guess I could count myself fortunate. At least gotta keep my name, unlike the rest of her bloody endlings. Though I reckon she'll come for that too before long. Ethereal Sealant can be obtained from Oriana at Revenant's Toll or Hismina at Idleshire. But is that just if I wanted to change the stats? I have just realized a possible fuck up there as well. I don't have another relic at the stage to gather Time Worn artifacts. Because I'd need more of the loathsome memories to do that. Which means I'd need to do more castrum. Okay. But what? What do I do now? Am I not a high enough rank? I'm just trying to work out why the next quest hasn't triggered. Because we're now at the last stage, I think. But I need access to Zadnor. Have I fallen down at the first hurdle of this stream? Oh dear. Because I've done Fit for a Queen. Right? Fit for a Queen? Fit for a Queen. So I'd need a new playing field. I mean... Because I've done Futures Rewritten. That was the last MSQ. No? Oh. Am I not as far into the Post-Shadowbringers MSQ as I thought? Oh, I'm 2 patches away, not 1 patch. Okay, yeah, I need to do the MSQ then, in order to get to Zadnor. Alright. Alright, well, whatever. What that does mean, though... I really need to get rid of that one. There we go. I need to... Well, I don't need to, but I can... turn this in, because I have enough Jolly Ranchers. Seen it. It's a book. It's a book. That's all it is. So now it would be the bitter memory stage, which means I need to hand that one in. Take my green apple Jolly Ranchers. Now I can't accept another loathsome memory. I've already got that. So I need to accept. Is it that one? Yes. That was the right one. I could immediately hand that in, but that doesn't really help me because I wouldn't be able to do stuff. So now, for want of memory, on Astro. There we go. Cool. I now can't do anything for a little while. So where do I mean, I should, could, would. But first, Bard. I will need to talk to the man outside Quarry Mill for Bard. My plan is finish all of the previous expansion level 80 like capstone quests, then do the last 2 patches of the MSQ, then I can do Sage and Reaper because that will lead into Endwalker. These are my thoughts. They are good thoughts. Fuck you. Hey, you handful. Ah, Young one, full glad am I to see you hale and whole. Rumours from the front lines had me quite worried. I'd commemorate this happy reunion with a verse. There's someone who is worried for you even more than I. I speak, of course, of your comrade Sanson. It would do him well to see you again. If you spare the time, perhaps we can pay him a visit in Gridania together. Okay. Where is he? There he is. After. Praise the matron, you say. I've been beside myself with worry ever since I heard of your mysterious disappearance after Gimlet. We fought the Empire too, my unit and I. Never had I experienced such a bloody battle. You've done well to return to us, all of you. We owe our survival in no small part to Guidelot, whose song spurred all that it reached on the battlefield, turning the tide on countless occasions. For his valorous service, he was awarded a medal from the Alliance. Not that he was ever interested in such trinkets, of course. Lieutenant Guidelot was an inspiration to us all, but us, we may as well not have been present for all the good we did. May I introduce you to our recruits? They are disappointed with their showing at Gimlet. To be sure, they did not shame themselves, far from it, but in moments when we were hard-pressed, their songs faltered and lost power. I see. As you know, our songs are given power through our fervent desire to aid our comrades. I do not think that you lacked this desire. It was simply overwhelmed by the terror of being confronted with death. In his capacity as their senior, I had wanted Guidelot to train them. No matter how many times I ask him, nay, commanded, he refuses to do so, saying that their songs do not have heart. Is that what he said? Not to discourage you all, but there may be truth to Guidelot's words. Remember, if a song is to touch the heart, it must needs have heart. Without it, not even an expertly performed anthem can hope to inspire. I believe it would behoove you to experience an exemplar of our songs, and most conveniently, we have an exemplar of our work here with us. Will you not play for them? Allow me to beseech you as well, my friend. Guidelot and I have spoken highly of your deeds to the recruits. It'd be no exaggeration to say that they idolize you. Rest assured, you won't perform alone. My harp shall join yours for a duet awash with heart. I'm truly grateful, yet if I may be particular, we should have Guidelot participate as well. It's his duty to train him after all. And besides, I believe he'd relish the chance to perform with the two of you. Very well, a trio it is. Hooknopoki mentioned catching sight of Guidelot in the East Shroud. Let's see if we can find him there. I think it's going to take about 2 hours to do all of these capstone quests. God knows how long the patches are going to take. It appears Guidelot was here but recently. That's right, Kupo. He went deeper into the woods, saying that Sanson nags like a bloody fishwife. Guidelot respects you more than anyone after. Were you to call to him, I dare say he would answer. Oi. Guide lot. He's not here. Perhaps you should venture deeper. Is he on the way to Alamigo? Well, well, look who it is. What brings you here after? Not some tiresome errand, I hope. An invitation to perform, you catty bitch. Ha! I've been waiting for forever for you to ask me that. So, what's the occasion? Ah, Sanson and your handle put you up to it. I should have known. Those recruits are as stiff as their captain, and I don't have any hopes for them. But alright, I'll do it. Anything's worth the chance to perform with you, after all. Guidelot, there you are. Take it after surprised you with the performance? Aye, and I expect no less than the finest venue for this distinguished gathering. You'll secure such a place for us, right, Chief? You may depend on it. I myself want the very best for the performance. I've completely changed his voice. Do any locations come to mind? The recruits have shown great interest in our expedition to find the Ballad of Oblivion. In light of this, I believe there's no place more fitting than the Sea of Clouds. The view alone would take their breath away. Sounds good to me. Let's get moving. Very well. Pardon me. I'll go and secure an airship for us. Please, gather at the airship landing. My superiors raised their eyebrows when I mentioned another journey to the Sea of Clouds, but I managed to win them over with the prospect of another Song of Power. We have our airship. If everybody is ready, let us be away. The recruits have already boarded, keen as they are, and who wouldn't be for the coming performance? Do I have to fight another siren? Because I wouldn't mind that. So, what's the plan? What are we going to play to this azure backdrop? Well, seeing as we've a vaunted hero with us, I'd mind to draw inspiration from her adventures for a new piece. That's a great idea, old man. Arthur's stories would make for a bloody fine song. Our recruits yet have limited experience lifting up their comrades in battle. A song that conveys the importance of camaraderie, that sows the seeds of the desire to inspire. Such would be ideal, I believe. A forgotten hero who avenged her comrades. An intrepid soul who faced a mighty foe, gaunt comrades in tow. Aye, this is a rousing tale, worthy of being immortalized in song. Why, already the themes and emotions weave themselves into melody and verse in my mind. Come, my friends, let us lift our voices together in heartfelt harmony. O huntress brave, for vengeance you did cry, for comrades slain in a hunt gone awry. In the breast a raging storm, impossible to quell, save by consigning the beast to the fiery pits of hell. O huntress brave, your quarry you did chase, though it meant forsaking your newfound place. By your own hands you wished the deed fulfilled, Something, something, I didn't read the rest. Oh, huntress brave, a decision you did make. Your hopes and dreams on friendship you would stake. Laying bare your heart, you set yourself free to give your all to others. And some bullshit that they said as well. By the gods. So this is what it means to perform with all your heart. Yep, that was from the heart, that. That was moving beyond words. I felt the lesson of the song with my whole being. The lesson that our understanding for each other is what opens the way forward. Understanding. To think on it, I may have been too insistent in trying to press our recruits into guide a lot. Didn't try to understand his feelings. Guide a lot. This isn't an order, but a humble request. I ask not that you train our recruits, but you simply get to know them. Through this, you'll come to understand each other's hearts, and forge a bond that will lend power to your songs. We would like that very much. Your song touched us to the very core, and we'd like nothing more than be able to likewise touch others. With consent. Alright then. We can get acquainted when I'm in the mood. Now that you know what a real song feels like, I reckon there's hope for you lot yet. Your adventures make great songs. Oh, that's the wrong fucker. Cannot thank you enough, After. Changed his voice again. Cannot thank you enough, After. Our recruits are more motivated than ever before. No sooner did we arrive back in Gridania than they rushed off the train. I believe I'll go and join them. I'll continue what you and Jahantel started and help them to become the finest bards they can be. Guidelot, you're coming too, yeah? You did say you'd get to know him. Aye, when I'm in the mood, which I'm not. Right now. I need to reflect on my experience. Let it really soak in, you know? So I'm going to spend some time alone, with my harp. Wait, if you're going to play the harp, at least let the recruits listen. Forgive me, but I must be away. Thank you for a wonderful performance. Passionate as they are, I doubt not that they will find their way. Allow me to thank you as well, After. Truth be told, I too had longed to perform with you for quite some time. It was a truly sublime experience, as if our music had floated to the heavens and rained down upon creation. The music of that rain, I believe, reached the souls of the fallen, my departed comrades of the gods' quiver, as it reached the heart of an old man who was long lived in quiet penance. It woke memories of the passion I had in my youth, when I yet stood on the field of battle. All this because of a single song, young one. A song born of your tale. Generations hence, full certain mind, the song will still be sung, awakening passion in countless more souls. It gives me great pride to know that I was part of its creation. Okay, bye. It's gun time. At least I think. Yeah, no, it is. It's gun time. Prospect Domison never fails. I knew your own well-honed instincts would alert you to my current turmoil. It is our faithful Joy who concerns me. Her behaviour has been awfully odd of late. Frequent outings to parts unknown, acting secretive, that sort of thing. It reminds me of the time her father was being held captive. I'm worried she once more finds herself the victim of nefarious circumstances. And that is, as they say, where you come in. An adventuring machinist of your caliber should have little trouble discerning the severity of her situation. Discreetly, of course. I would make a few subtle inquiries myself, but I fear that Joy, her senses on edge as they are, would soon detect the attempt. As fortune would have it, she only just left on one of her mysterious outings. You should be able to catch her in the vicinity of St. Raynet's Forum if you leave immediately. Sorry, Joy. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. I just got here myself. As a matter of fact, we'd best be getting along all the same. Aye, today's the day, I can feel it. Are they Stefanovan's angels? Ah, champion. You have business in the city? With my sister, perhaps? I thought I spied her in the crowd, making her way to the forum. So, Lord Stefanovan is concerned for Joy, then? Well, he's placed his trust in the right agent, if it's discretion he requires. As it happens, I may even have information of use to you. It's been brought to my attention that Joy and Hilda have been spotted together in Falcon's Nest on more than one occasion. They've both earned a measure of fame here in Ishgard, you see, sufficient to warrant a curious mention to the Temple Knights when two of them are seen travelling as a pair. I'm somewhat curious about Hilda's activities myself, but I shall leave further investigations in your capable hands. Pray, convey my regards to Lord Stefanovan. Ah, welcome back. Were you able to divine aught of consequence? With Hilda, you say? What in Halone's name would they be doing in Falcon's Nest? Not a peep from my prospectometer. Suppose there's naught else for it. We shall fall back on old-fashioned reconnaissance. Pray, lend me your assistance a while longer. To Falcon's Nest we go. There you are. Had you any idea how famous our machinists have become? Not only to mention Joy and Hilda by name, to be inundated with a veritable flood of rumours. Would seem our unlikely pair are en route to the Black Iron Bridge, and just like that, we have our next destination. Are they fighting the Mylodons? Was that what they were called? The like bear dog things. I went too far. Whoops. I was not paying attention to the minimap. shots from a firearm. There can be no mistaking the owners. Come, we might have a better view from the edge of the cliff. It's no good. I got nothing. What about you, Joy? My mind's a blank. Easy enough to say, but a damn sight harder to do, eh? We've always had an instructor before showing us the way. Not surprising we'd stumble a bit trying to come up with stuff on our own. I suppose I thought we'd have made more progress by now. Are you sure we shouldn't ask his lordship for a little advice? That'd defeat the purpose then, wouldn't it? If we're to stand on our own 2 feet, then we need to work this out ourselves. Aye, you've the right of it. Just keep shooting then, and hope we find our target. Let's move on. I keep meaning to ask, but how in the bloody hells do you do that? Do you flick off the airbands when you draw the weapon, or...? No time for questions, Hilda. Your breath would be better spent searching for new things to shoot. It was I who dreamed up the machinists, and Rossenthal who helped bring the idea into being. The machine we put together, well, that was driven forward by the likes of you, Joy, and Hilda. Then, as naturally as if I'd planned it, you and those 2 ladies took charge of my designs. 'Tis a strange feeling. How wildly the needle flicks twixt a mentor's pride and an inventor's longing. It would seem, however, that our comrades are experiencing some difficulties with the particulars of developing new techniques, a problem to which we might offer a solution. But in light of their efforts to achieve independence, to simply being bellowing direct, to simply begin bellowing direction seems boorish. Have you any ideas on how to proceed? Give their imaginations a nudge. A little creative push, you think? That could certainly help break them out of this slump they find themselves in. But how exactly to provide that inspiration? Throw a behemoth at them. But of course! The answers stand right there in front of me. You stand at the peak of the profession, the living embodiment of all it means to be a machinist. All we need do is have you demonstrate the techniques you've acquired and refined over the course of your illustrious career. What could possibly be more inspiring? I shall head out now and herd a suitably monstrous opponent back for you to dispatch. That's all, folks. The sound of shots ringing out should bring the ladies running to investigate, just as theirs alerted us to their location. Right then, we can reconvene at this spot once our little show is concluded. Alright. Is it gonna be a behemoth? Because that would kind of be funny. Wow. So hard. Nicely done! I am truly in awe of what you've accomplished with my contraptions. Tell me, where did you learn such control and power? A journey through a land without night. Here, the magnitude of such a journey falls beyond the scope of my prospectometer. But the results of your experience speak for themselves. And assuming they were watching, our two machinist comrades will have certainly gleaned a lesson or two from your expert demonstration. Yes, I believe our work here is done. We return to Ishgard. My thanks, Arthur. I'd have been at a complete loss in this matter were it not for your invaluable assistance. And I imagine I'm not the only one singing your praises these days. Speaking of which... Look at you two. Thick as thieves you are. Seems we was right. Rather a brusque greeting, even for you, dear Hilda. Something on your mind? Well, it was awfully convenient for After to put on a grand show of skill just as we were scratching our noggins over new techniques, and I'll wager it was my lordship that had her pulling the trigger. How did you... What? Did you think you was being sneaky? The notoriously helpful champion of Ishgard popping up right there and when we needed her? Unlikely. It's not that we're ungrateful, you see, we was already trying so hard to follow in your way. Aye, it was like being lost at sea and finding an island that's not on the map. Bit perplexing, but welcome all the same. Guess what we're saying is that you've given us our bearings, and a firm footing to start charting our own full course. And there you have it. Further proof my prospectometer was in fine working order when it first chirped in your presence. Right, well, we've said our piece. It's time we go back to squeezing them triggers. Keep an eye out, my lordship. Soon enough, we'll be the ones showing you what a machinist can do. Was my subterfuge truly so transparent? But how swiftly my charges have grown, and how easily did it slip my notice. So unlike the deliberate evolution of my inventions. But let us not forget your outstanding development. Dare say no barrage of shots has ever proven so instructional. Thank you again. And do feel free to drop by the manufactory from time to time, even when we're not threatened by some peace-shattering crisis. And last but not least, for ranged DPS, where is this? Is it still Limsa? I forget where Dancer ended. It was either Limsa or Costa del Sol. It's here. I don't have a dancer glam at the moment. There we go. It's not the most dancer thing. But it's what I've got. Well, if it isn't after. What a delightful surprise. Just look at that posture and poise. I can see you have not neglected your training one bit since we last parted. As for us, Troop Falsiums continues to tour Eorzea, bringing hope to the dejected and downtrodden. Whenever and wherever the Totem-Taz threatened to rear its ugly head, we were there to cast out the shadows. With tales of our performances spreading across the realm, we've had no small number of aspiring dancers knocking at our door. Training them was consuming nearly all my waking hours, but recently Renard stepped in to help shoulder the burden. Truly, I'd be lost without her. And what of you after? Have you had any noteworthy performances since last we met? I travelled to and from a distant world, and I thought our voyage to distant shores a long one. I see you've had yourself quite an adventure, though I confess the full import of your tale is quite beyond my comprehension. Still, this bounty hunter you befriended put you in quite the predicament, didn't he? It reminds me of another troublemaker I used to know. Me? A troublemaker? I may have been immature, but I only had my friend's best interests at heart. Isn't that right, After? And besides, it sounds like even this bounty hunter came around in the end. Indeed. There's a certain something about you, After. Something that brings out the best in those whose lives you touch. And Renard here is a prime example. The hot-headed girl I once knew has come into her own as a dancer, a woman, and a leader of her peers. Perhaps it's finally time that... Yes, I'm sure of it. After, Renard, there's a dilemma that's been weighing heavily on me of late, but I do believe it's finally found the answer. Pray, accompany me out of the city to Lenosha. I would discuss matters further with you away from the crowd. For Renard to take over the troop. Still need to get the weapon mounts. After, Renard. Forgive me for not sharing the news with you too sooner. As fortune would have it, Troop Falsium has been invited to perform at the Mujikosa in Kugane, and our patrons are willing to pay a premium for our services. The Mujikosa? You mean that I could dance on the same stage that has hosted some of the most renowned artistes in all the Far East? Someone pinch me! When do we leave? As soon as we are able, and therein lies my dilemma. The threat of the Totem talent still looms over Eorzea, and I have a duty to train the next generation of dancers to carry on Troop Falsium's mission. I cannot very well abandon these shores while my life's work remains undone. And so, I turn to you. Renard Migo, you have blossomed into a fine dancer and a capable leader. I would have you assume my role as principal, and oversee Troop Volsium's tour of Kugane. Mistress Nashmira, what are you saying? It's the only practical solution. You would travel to Kugane to share our art with our friends in the Far East, and I could remain here to train our new recruits and deliver the people of Eorzea from the throes of the Totem Tats. But I'm not ready for this. There's still so much I must learn. You told me as much just moons ago. And I have seen you come far since then. No one is born a leader, and doubtless it will be a struggle at first, but you are every bit as prepared for this role as I was the day I inherited it. I would not make this offer if I did not believe this with all my heart, and yet I cannot and will not force the position upon you. But at the very least, pray, think upon it for a while. Me, leader and principal of Troop Volsium? I do believe Mistress Nashmira has lost her wits. Why, I still remember the days I'd trip over my own 2 feet every time I took the stage. And yet, she seems intent on remaining here in Eorzea. If I refuse, the curtains will fall on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase our art on the Far East's biggest stage. And yet, were I to go and fail spectacularly, I swear my mind is going in circles. Whatever should I do after? It's not like me to brood and fret like this. You're a dancer, you know? What are you saying? That if I cannot find the answer I seek in still thought, perhaps I might find it in motion? You may very well be right. Dance with me after. Show me through your motions all you've learned in your travels, and help me to clear the shadows of doubt from my mind. Stunning view. No sign of onlookers for Marms. Yes, this place should serve nicely for our private performance. We dance today not for admiring crowds. Our only audience is each other. So face me. I would look upon your movements in all their glory and let you inspire me to greater heights. They danced until morning. Okay, this is going on a bit longer than I thought it would. There we go. That wasn't a bad little cutscene. Oh, thank you, After. That was simply exhilarating. From the first step, I couldn't take my eyes off of you. Before I knew it, I'd forgotten myself. My worries carried off by the wind. You were watching me, yes? Or what did you think? Have I truly come far, as Mistress Nashmira says? You will go further. Huh, so you're saying there's still room for improvement, eh? Well, consider the challenge accepted. I'll train harder than ever, and next time we meet, you'll see what I'm truly capable of. In any event, this I know more than ever. Dancing is my life, my calling. I must continue to perfect my craft, that I might inspire and bring hope to others, just as Mistress Nashmira and you have inspired me. The answer is clear to me now. I may not be the leader that she was, but I will be the leader I know I can be. Thank you for everything, After. I must return to Limsa to relay the news to Mistress Nashmira. You'll join me there, won't you? Thank you for not making me run the whole way. Renar here came dashing into town half out of breath. I can only assume that this means the girl has found her answer, has she not? You bet I have. I may not be ready to fill your toe shoes completely, but damned if I'm not going to try. Leave the tour of Kugane to me. I'm proud of you, Renar. Now, go and tell the others that you must begin preparations at once. I'll be along with After shortly. While I am beyond pleased with the results, I must admit I did not expect the girl to reach a decision so quickly. Whatever did you do to bring about her change of heart? We danced. But it was not with words, but through your actions that you spoke to the girl. Indeed, it is as I thought. Your very presence is a mirror that helps those around you discover their true selves. In any event, Renar owes much to you, my friend. As do I. Troop Falsium is stronger now that you have joined us. Come now, let us return to the others. I'd say I was prepared for this, and yet, if this is how Mistress Nashmira would have it, it's far from my place to oppose. Besides, nothing in this world can last forever. With the end of one era comes the beginning of the next, and all of us here welcome Mistress Renar reign. We'll do all in our power to see that Troop Falsium continues to flourish under her stewardship. Prelude, my friends. You are too kind. Let us not forget that we are all in this together. If we move forward as one, there's no limit to the heights we may reach. And with that, we must prepare to set sail without delay. In Kugane, too, there are those whose spirits sag, and we must bring them hope as only Troop Falsium can. I, too, should be getting on. The Totentans threatens to return in hidden corners of the realm, and I must train the next generation of dancers to continue our fight. And you have your own adventures to return to, don't you? But don't be sad. Mistress Nashmira, you and I, even if we go our separate ways, we will always be united by our passion for dance. Our paths will cross again, I'm certain, and on that day, you'll be simply astonished at the dancer I've become. Mark my words. And so to you, my rival, my friend, I say not farewell, but rather keep dancing until we might once again take the same stage. And if they don't dance, they're no friends of mine. Black Mage. Thanalan? It's either Thanalan or Eastern Thanalan in the cave with the Amalja. Yeah, this is it. I do also still need to do some blue maging. Welcome back to these halls, Arthur of the Black. I sense that the dark powers in you are ever burgeoning. Pray tell, where have your travels taken you since last we met? I travelled to a world flooded in light. A journey to another world, you say? Intriguing indeed. Consider me impressed and even a bit envious. How you were able to peer into the past of the Archmage Nilbert and form a bond across the ages with this young friend Taina. Though the circumstances are not entirely the same, I cannot help but think back to my own encounter with the great Shatoto. Speaking of which, I too have been keeping myself occupied. Why, I've recorded every detail we learned on our last adventure in writing, that we might preserve Shatoto's knowledge for posterity, and avert any similar calamity that may threaten future generations. Just the other day, I put the finishing touches on the final chapter of the final volume, concluding with Shatoto's departure. There is, however, one lingering... Well, fancy that. I come to check up on Lili here, and who do I find but our old friend After? Well, if it isn't everyone's favourite mutton-headed hero, I need neither your support nor your sympathy. But I suppose you've never been one to let that stop you. Come now, Lili. You yourself mentioned that you were at a loss for what to do with the records you had scribed, yes? I simply hope to inquire as to whether there may have been any fruitful development on that part. So you mean to rub salt in my wounds, yes? There have been no developments, fruitful or otherwise. I consulted with my brothers and sisters of the Order of Nalthal, and to the last man they refused to even entertain the thought. You consulted with... Do you mean to say you are still a member of the Order? Why, I had always assumed that you'd been excommunicated for your pursuit of the dark arts. Excommunicated? Simply for the pursuit of knowledge? Perish the thought. Though, to be fair, there are many holier-than-thou types in the Order who share this pig-headed hearer's opinion. Irrespective of that, the fact remains that the Order sealed away countless tomes in their vaults when they forbid the art of black magic. Storing my own writings with them, I would argue, is the most logical option. But no, they are too prudish and prejudiced against yours truly to listen to reason. Then again, perhaps if a thaumaturge in good standing with the Order were to put in a good word on my behalf, you may indeed find a more sympathetic ear. What do you say, After? Excellent. Then let us hurry to the ossuary and see if we can't convince that insufferably stuffy Yayake to see good sense. A moment, if you please. Tell the truth, the question of where to store her records is not the only matter that concerns me about Lili of late. Recently, I cannot help but feel that the etheric power within her is shifting, warping in ways that I have not felt before. As for why this is, I cannot yet be certain. Until we discover more, pray, look after her, will you? To the Thaumaturge Guild. After. Well, this is an unexpected surprise, and not an entirely pleasant one, though it is by no fault of your own. The unmitigated gall of you, Lalai! Do you honestly believe that dragging poor After here, against her will, no doubt, would convince me to agree to housing your shameful scribblings in our archives? I have said it once, and I will say it again. Until the day you renounce the depraved teachings of Kukuruka, you will find no friends here. I would see these books burn before I give them a home here, for our sake and for your own. I swear, despite that pretentious monocle, you remain as blind as a bat to the big picture. After of the Black, talk some sense into this overstuffed secretary. Do all in the order agree with your opinion? At least one of us here is capable of communicating like an adult. I will begrudgingly admit that there is one other who shares Lalai's sentiments. In fact, it is none other than our very own guildmaster, Master Kokobe. What was the name again? Kokabuki! Ha! Does not surprise me in the least. Come after. Let us present our case to someone wise enough to understand it. I was wondering who might be behind the screaming and stamping that echoed all the way to this chamber. Sister Lalai, was it? Yes, it's true. I find myself rather convinced by the young lady's argument. It is all but impossible for us to prevent any and all from studying the dark arts. Why, then, not keep this dangerous knowledge close at hand, where we keep an ever-watchful eye on those who would pursue it? And yet, I fear that my own view is not a popular one, and my power to influence the others is far from absolute. And so I would offer a proposal. Let us state our case directly to the head of the order, to Prioress Dulala herself, that she might pass judgment. You and Lalai shall argue in favour of accepting the tomes, and those opposing shall argue against. Should all go well, the Prioress will agree to the proposal, and the tomes will have a safe home. And yet, the plan is not without risks. Should your argument be less than convincing, there remains a chance Dulala may expressly forbid any further research. Why, if she is in a particularly foul mood, your very place in the order may suddenly become quite tenuous. If there's a chance my words could be anything but persuasive, I accept. Pray, summon the Prioress at her earliest convenience. Well, that settles it. We'd best hurry and prepare our argument, out of our enemy's earshot, of course. Come with me. This is our chance, After. We simply must convince the Prioress at all costs. The future of our art depends on it. Huh? What is this curious sensation? The light. I knew something was amiss. The ether within you is transforming in a most unusual way. I must admit, I've not quite felt myself lately. My head, it feels as heavy as stone. No, this will not do. I'm afraid I must insist that you submit to a full examination before the hearing commences. Lalai? Lalai, can you hear me? Someone fetch a healer or... Oh, wait, that's me. This is no time for panicking, my friend. We must carry her to the frontistery with all speed. Here it is as I suspected. The etheric balance within her has broken down entirely, and unchecked energies are now eating away at her from within. I can only assume that playing host to Shitoto's memories has put a terrible strain on her, one from which she is yet to completely recover. Yet it would seem that her mind and spirit are in mortal peril. I've never witnessed this degree of etheric imbalance before. I do not suppose you have? I saw a man transform into an unholy abomination. And then there was someone at the door. Ugh. Seems that my neighbour's car got hit. They wanted to check if I had anything on my Ring doorbell. Which, because I've set it up to not notify me for any car going past, it doesn't. Unfortunately. I see. I can scarcely imagine all you've witnessed in your travels, but an imbalance of ether similar to what I now observe in Lalai would appear to be behind the phenomena you describe. If we can assume that the memories of Shitoto taking up residence in Lalai's corporeal form stimulated her etheric flow, causing it to shift violently in an astral direction, then it only stands to reason we could restore balance by introducing a counteracting umbral aspect. By the 12, I think I've got it. And yet the process will not be quick, nor easy. I suppose we've no choice but to ask Master Kokobuki to delay the hearing. Delay the hearing? Have you lost what little wits you had? Why, if word got out my condition was the result of my pursuit of the dark arts, it would all but seal Yuyake's case against me. No, we must proceed as planned, before our opponents are the wiser. After, here is my magnum opus, the fruits of all we went through together. I leave them in your capable hands. Go on ahead and I will be along in due time. You mad? You can't possibly mean to attend the proceedings in your current condition. Of course not. Fortunately, I just so happen to know a hearer who, despite being an insufferable stick in the mud, has proven himself more than capable in the healing arts. A lie. Very well, leave it to me. I will see that you're back on your feet before the judgment is rendered. Until then, I suppose it's up to After here. Godspeed, my friend. I mean, clearly she's already back on her feet. Lalai will be joining the proceedings a touch late, you say? That is most unlike her, to say the least. She's entrusted her records to you. Very well. With any luck, we will be able to use them to our advantage. Now, allow me to see them. The prioress will be here all too soon. Lalai has not even the courtesy to arrive on time to the hearing she herself requested. I swear, the woman's selfishness knows no bounds. I move her request be dismissed immediately. It is for her own good. Her own good? Yes, it is as I suspected. You speak from your own experience, don't you, child? I recall that you too once took an unpopular position in support of your erstwhile master Mumiopo. One that earned you only the ire of your brothers and sisters. Yes? And what of it? I fought for a hopeless cause that in the end served only to isolate me from my peers. Is it so wrong that I wish to save Lalai from a similar fate? She must abandon this farce at once and return to her rightful place in the Order. To this, I cannot agree. In the short time before these proceedings, I perused what I could of these tomes. In their pages are written not only forbidden secrets of black magic, but accounts of astounding phenomena the likes of which even I could scarcely imagine. Lalai conducted her research without the support or interference of the Order, and the fruits that research has borne cannot be denied. While our guild could not support 1,000 others like her, I see little to gain from stifling one woman's passion and forcing her work within such rigid rules and regulations. The merits of both arguments are not lost on me, and yet I must confess a degree of ignorance about the matter at hand. All know that black magic was forbidden for its role in bringing disaster to our world, and yet you still practice this art. Tell me, adventurer, is this magic as calamitous as the rumors say? It depends on who wields it, and to what end. If I understand you correctly, you would argue that in the right hands, even the art of destruction might serve the greater good. And yet how are we to be certain that Sister Lalai can be trusted with such potentially ruinous knowledge? My apologies, Prioress. By your leave, I would tell my tale. Black magic is an inherently dangerous art. This I cannot and will not deny. Never would I suggest that even a single mage pursue this path without full knowledge of the perils that lie ahead. That is precisely why I have recorded in painstaking detail not only the arcane knowledge I have gleaned, but every last one of the myriad phenomena, both wondrous and terrifying, I have experienced in its pursuit. Unbreakable bonds formed with beastmen we once thought our sworn enemies. Bodies and souls consumed by the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. An unspeakable calamity revisited upon our world after millennia. We must leave this knowledge to posterity, that our sons and daughters do not repeat the mistakes of our past. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. This is the crux of your argument, yes? Very well. Master Kokobuki, I hereby order you to establish a research organization under the auspices of your guild to further study the impact of black magic. I also grant you permission to store the aforementioned tomes in your archives, under the condition that Sister Lalai oversees them. Understood. I'll see that both the tomes and Lalai herself find a safe home within our halls. I'm still not entirely convinced. If the Guildmaster himself is willing to accept responsibility, I have no reason to oppose. Isn't that literally what you've just been doing? I thought the Guildmaster was already in agreement that they should... What? Okay. Prioress Dulala, Master Kokabuki, cannot thank you enough. Mark my words, you will not regret this decision. I will see to it that this knowledge is passed down as it should be, that the errors of our past will never be repeated. Well, I do believe the proceedings went about as well as could be expected. I suppose this means that Lalai is now directly under my supervision. Don't think you'll be getting free reign around here simply because I vouched for you, child. I expect regular reports on any and all of your findings, and only through the transparency will black magic ever be accepted by doubters and skeptics. Understood. I shall begin to prepare my first report at once. But before that, there is another with whom I'd like to share these tidings. That is, by your leave, Guildmaster. I believe you know well of whom I speak. He awaits us at the Sacrarium. Come along. So you see, I simply thought that, well, whatever's the matter, Lalai? Your moment of triumph. I would expect you to be more triumphant. Of course I am. It's simply that, well, clearly I did not accomplish this on my own, so... Arthur of the Black, and yes, you as well, Zaya, Nella, you have my deepest gratitude. Well, I dare say this has been a momentous day in more ways than one. Once again, Lalai, my congratulations, and you are most welcome. And with that, I should be on my way. When next we meet, I would introduce my colleagues from Stilgate Fane. Now that you are no longer a pariah, I suppose you would not be averse to exchanging knowledge with you. And just when I was beginning to take a liking to that dolt. At any rate, though my official position may have changed, my mission remains the same. I will do all in my power to preserve our art for future generations. Pray, continue to lend me your aid, Arthur of the Black. Summoner will be Gridania. It's easiest to get that from the Lancers, I think. After. I was just about to contact the Scions to ask after my sister. and here you are to provide a report in person. What news? To the first? One of the 13 reflections, you mean? I thought my field of expertise a complicated one. I struggle to comprehend the enormity of your tale. Still, Stoller seems to be faring well enough, and for that I'm grateful. Ah, yes, before I forget, I actually have a message to pass on to you. Do you recall Summoner Jaja Samu, formerly of the Company of Heroes and current member of the Immortal Flame Summoner Squad? He commands both an Ifrit and Titan Eegi, and is likely one of the more seasoned, well, I'm sure you remember. He's in Gridania on leave, as it happens, and asked me to direct you to the Carline Canopy should you stop by on any one of your unpredictable visits. I believe he wished to consult with you on some private matter. It would be kind of you to lend him an ear if you've a moment or two to spare. Well, now that we should meet again, and just as I was given another file of Fantasia from my minstrel friend, it's clearly fate's design that you should have it. So do take it with you, Kupo. Oh yeah, this is the free Fantasia from 7.2. Add it to the pile. I have 4 free Fantasias now. And I think I could still get a 5th. Because I still don't think I've done the quest that gives you the free Fantasia in Fanland. At least I don't think I've done it. Judge Samnu. Bloody hells. I was just thinking about you, and there you are. Yumitra had a word on my behalf, I take it. Well, let's not stand on ceremony. I'll not mince words with you. I need some advice concerning summoners in mortal combat. They tell me you've a special nature that prevents primals from enthralling your mind. So what I want to know is, what's your thinking on being sent out to the front lines every time a beast tribe scrapes together a pile of crystals? And that's just the way of things. Such is your fate, you mean? So you give in to the inevitable and fight because it's your duty to do so? Well, that's one way of looking at it. Me, I'm in it for the coin. I've been ever since I sold my spells with the Company of Heroes. Most of the soldiers I march with ain't much different. We're happy to put our lives on the line as long as there's a purse waiting for us at the end of the day. The pair what joined in on our last skirmish know. Now there's a whole nother story. You've heard of Ironvald and Bordola, yeah? The lad's one of the scions, same as you. No mystery there. As for the lass, she's a bit more complicated. Former officer in the Imperial Army, captured by the Resistance and steps away from the noose. Fighting for Alamigo as a conscript now, which is the only reason she's still breathing. Barely more than sprouts, the both of them, and they were deployed with the Flames to assist with down in Ifrit. From what I hear, they share your resistance to primal influence, and that's why. That's the whole reason they had the dubious honour of standing in the thick of the flames. Meanwhile, me and my fellow summoners was cowering in the shadows, Sending out our e-guide to support these youngsters what have seen less than 40 summers between them. Can't say I cared much for the experience. It bothered me to think they was being made to fight a battle what weren't theirs just because of who they are. Do you think you could talk to them for me? Ask how they feel about the whole thing. You're about the only person I can turn to. Me thanks. You'll find Arenvald in Rauga's Reach, and then he'll know where to find Fordola. I'll tell him to meet you by the Aetheryte. Master! Heard you'd returned from Judge Asuma. What can I do for our honored champion? Judge Asuma said that. Aye, we joined them against Ifrit. I thought him more annoyed by our presence and concerned for our well-being. Why don't I save you some time and include Fordola in this conversation? We can visit her in a cell over in the city. Fair morn to you, Fordola. Not that she can tell. You again. I see you've brought company. What is it now? My thoughts on fighting primals. Is that what you came all the way here to ask me about? I fight because I like the idea that I can help others. Feeling that my presence is needed. Not hard to explain, considering how my own mother decided she didn't want me around. And then there was that nightmare at the Waking Sands. Abba and Auli gave their lives to save mine. I strive to be the sort of man whose life was worth saving. I'm very honourable. No such lofty ideals rule my actions. My own will doesn't come into it. Fighting was part of the deal when they conscripted me with the other convicts. I follow orders and I get to live. And if I died on the battlefield, no one would shed a tear. Don't say that. You think I'd be glad to see you killed? You're about the only person who wasn't. And what about you, hero? You're usually the first one they throw into the Dragon's Maw. Let's hear what battles you've been made to fight. I was summoned to a world drowned in light. You journeyed to another star to bring back the darkness. I'm not sure if you're the realm's greatest champion or the realm's greatest liar. I believe you after, and want to follow the path you walk, even if I could never hope to carry the same burdens. I can at least work towards having a sturdier back. Speaking of burdens, you know a little something about that, don't you, Fordola? You weren't fighting for yourself after all, but for your comrades. We are not so different. Don't pretend my gift is anything like yours. I wanted it, asked for it even. I got more burden than I bargained for. How many souls were sacrificed for that research? No. The power they gave me was tainted from the beginning. But if I can do some good with it, maybe they didn't die for naught. Satisfied? Then leave me be. Got training to do. If you're waiting for the lad in silver armor, he should be out here soon. Still snarls like a chained dog. Amidst all that growling, though, she gave us a glimpse of her true self. Enough that I'll know when to lend a shoulder, even if she wouldn't let me see her suffering. Now, don't be getting the wrong idea. Same age, same homeland. Can't help but care a little about what happens to her. Anyway, I have my own training to think of. Give my regards to Summoner Jadrasumu. Been to see him two youngsters then? Huh. So that's the way of it, eh? Well, couldn't be surprised considering the example they've been given to follow. And now that I know how they're approaching these fights, I can adjust my own tactics accordingly. One's passionate and the other's reckless, so both need some watchful support. I'll do what I can to stand in for you, though I doubt I'll ever replace you. Aye, they'll call me the second best summoner in Eorzea. How's that for humble? Right, I think it's past time I was on my way. Give my best to Ymitra, and thanks for humouring my request. Kind of cute that he just wants to support them better. Everything went well with the lieutenant, I trust. I won't pry into the details. I'm glad to see you looking so content. The master summoning is an arduous journey, yet I imagine the going is made far smoother with a mentor such as you. I'm somewhat envious of your younger colleagues. And if I am to mirror their progress, I must not allow my own scholarly research to fall by the wayside. Good day to you. And last but not least, Mordona, I believe, for Red Mage. Yeah. After, I was about to go looking for you. I've had a letter from Zerun Tia, and he's asked me to pass on a message. Arya, I hope this missive finds you well. Should you come across Arthur in Revenant's Toll, pray send her to me in the Alamegan Quarter. I have need of her help. What could be happening in Alamigo, I wonder? Well, I suppose there's one sure way to find out. Let's go. I was literally just there. Wonderful to see my two erstwhile students. Not a moment too soon. We're glad to see you too, Zaroon. Though I gather the situation's not a happy one. You gather correctly. You'll recall the brotherhood I was once part of, the Crimson Duelists. Well, it seems the keepsakes left behind by my deceased colleagues have run afoul of some entreprenizing grave robbers. When the duelists met their end some 2 decades past, I was still too deeply engaged in my own battles, giving them the burial they deserved. So I did what many before me have done. I collected the blades of the dead and interred them within the tomb of the errant sword. With Alamigo much settled since the initial reclamation of the city, I judged it time to pay respects to my fallen comrades. That is when I discovered the tomb in disarray and one of the duelist swords missing. It would seem such petty acts of larceny have become common of late, and although the resistance speaks of taking steps, the army has its hands full overseeing the restoration efforts. It's said that unrest and dissent have largely disappeared under General Alden's command. Why this sudden rash of lawbreaking? Well, now that the Imperials have been beaten back, those who once suckled from the Empire's teat are forced to look elsewhere for the wealth to which they are accustomed. For some, this means taking up a life of banditry. And for the lowest amongst them, it seems ransacking the resting places of their countrymen. A crime I do not intend to leave unpunished. As things stand, however, I've yet to deliver said judgment. This particular gang is uncommonly swift of foot, and I must temper my attacks lest I slay them ere learning the location of their stashed loot. Thus do I turn to you for assistance. Capturing these thieves alive will be far easier with an extra pair of hands. If it's extra hands you need, then count me in. Without red magics at your beck and call? Nay. It is too dangerous for one still relearning her art. I've been practicing against the creatures of Mordona ever since we parted ways. My magics may not be what they once were, but I can cast the initiate spells well enough, I promise. Monsters in Mordona are not to be trifled with. It's a risky path to take at this stage of your training. I took risks, yes, but not foolhardy ones. If I don't push myself to my limits, then I'll never catch up to you or after. I wager you'll not take no for an answer. Very well, but you do not leave my side, understood? Yes, thank you, Zaroon. You won't regret this. The 3 of us, then. Bloodhow is where these grave robbers ply their unsavory trade, and the edge of the graveyard is where we shall meet them. rather a nice day in Alamigo. I'd like to simply snatch up these grave robbers. They've proven an infuriatingly slippery foe. A foe who now knows my face. Which is why you must play the role of deceiver. Search the graveyard until you find the thieves in question. Then convince them it is in their best interests to slink over here to the east. Once the scoundrels are too close to escape, Arya and I will spring a trap. Okay. You looking for trouble, mate? How big a fool do you have to be to just wander up to a gang like this? What are you doing over here? You'll find richer spores in the graves to the east. Is that so, eh? We'd about picked this plot clean anyway, so maybe we'll take that advice. Thanks for the hint, friend. Oh, and not that we doubt your word or anything, but you'd best come with us. Call it a show of good faith amongst thieves. We'll be waiting just up ahead. Don't you worry about our two mates. They went ahead to the east, just like you suggested. And us? Well, someone's got to eliminate the competition. Actual combat? Oh, man. It's hard to get out of the muscle memory of having to stop moving to ride a mount. You don't have to anymore. You can keep running. I can do it in PvP, but for some reason in the overworld I keep forgetting. Nicely done, After. We caught these two completely off guard. And I must say, Arya, you exceeded my expectations. You've made impressive progress in such a short length of time. Yes! I knew those lessons at the Mages Guilds were worth it, even if it was painful to begin at the beginning again. Oh, I see you've been cracking open as many books as you have monster skulls. Your dedication to the fundamentals has certainly paid off. Now, I counted 4 brigands the last time I was here, knowing what I do with such Knowing what I do with such villains, I assume the other two sought to waylay you. Yet here you stand with scarce a hair out of place. All jesting aside, I suspect your skills have surpassed my own. What trials must you have endured to forge such strength? I've fought on another star to save the world from oblivion. Another star? Even your adventures play out on a stage beyond my wildest imagining. And this talk of sin-eaters, was it? It sounds to me as if your battles took place on the edge of suffering itself, where the heart and steel of even the mightiest red mage would be tested. But, whilst it is endlessly gratifying to hear the exploits of one's former student, I suppose we should return to the matter at hand. Once we've subdued these ruffians here, a few threats gleaned us the location of their ill-gotten gains, all buried in a box in the royal hunting grounds, or so they claim. I believe another division of labour is in order. Arya, pray, hand our captives over to the Resistance, then wait for us at the Tomb of the Errant Sword. After, you and I have some digging. Probably would have been quicker to go to Porta Praetora. Do you feel that? The ground, it's soft. Certainly not as packed down as elsewhere. I think we found their cache. Glad I am to have found this before they hauled it off to the black market. I cracked the lid to check the contents, and the box is indeed filled with stolen goods, including one rather familiar sword. Come, we should return these articles to the tomb. With any luck, Arya will have arrived already. This is a nice tomb. Right. Let us return these relics to their rightful place. That should be the last of them. But what of your comrade's blade? Well, would you indulge me in a moment of nostalgia? The man who wielded this sword suffered from shallow reserves of ether, and so he commissioned a weapon capable of channeling his energies in the most efficient manner. As you might imagine, the custom blade thus forged cost him a small fortune in coin. We would taunt him in his empty purse without mercy, of course, challenging him to become a mage worthy of such priceless steel. His reply to our jeering comments would always stay with me. Even should I fail to do this steel justice, It will remain long after I have perished. A kindred soul shall take up the sword. Then you will see my coin was wisely spent. His hopes for such a legacy died with the Crimson Duelists. I entombed the blade, believing that no new mage would rise to claim it. But I was wrong. You two stand here as living proof that our efforts to revive red magic were not in vain. 'Twas when I discovered the sword missing that I was put in mind again of my comrade's words. I wonder if he did not orchestrate this affair from beyond the grave, if only to remind me of his will. After, you appear to have a distinct taste in weapons. This blade, I think, should belong to Arya. But I'm not even your student right now. I don't think I deserve to have it. I made a promise to you, did I not? That once you learn to harness your ether, I would take you under my tutelage once more? The way I see it, you have more than upheld your end of the bargain. Accept the sword, Arya. Be my apprentice, and help me usher in a new future for the Red. You should take the sword. I will. If you would offer to accept me as your student once more, then let this be my answer. It is done. Let us present here to this day swear a new oath to fight for the common good with pure heart and unbending steel. And so concludes our business here. But as much as I should like to accompany you back to Mordona, I fear my own pilgrimage must continue. This war with the Imperials has Alamigo teetering on the brink of uncertainty once more, and I must assume the situation is most taxing for you and your fellow scions. Thus, for the time being, shall I keep my blade loose in its sheath. I may be but one man, but I know that I shall remain vigilant against the Empire's machinations as I chart my course across the lands of Eorzea. I am sorry I cannot yet devote myself to your lessons, Arya. The demands of the road are such that I cannot take you with me and still hope to move as swiftly. Your oath takes precedence, of course. I'm ecstatic just to know you'll be my mentor once again. Please, stay safe on your travels. I appreciate your understanding, and I will stop by to aid your progress in Revenant's Toll whenever circumstances permit. I take my leave then. Fare you well after. When next we meet, I expect your scarlet hues shall be ever the more vivid. Shall we make our way back to Mordona then? And with this, that is every level 80 job quest for jobs added in Shadowbringers or earlier. Done. I've been so consumed with restoring my magics, but now I have a new goal, learning to wield my new sword with perfect execution. With Zarune's instruction, I mean to become a red mage worthy of his comrade's weapon. And I wouldn't say no to any help from you either. Okay, so now, I suppose the only thing I've not done is Blue Mage, if there's a level 80 Blue Mage. Which I think there is. I think level cap for Blue Mage is 80. But we can deal with that another time. Yeah, let's do Alize's quest, which is actually here, so that works out nicely. Also, whilst I'm here, what does that grimoire look like? Not terrible, could be a lot better. Should we go into this looking cool? Or, I mean, I'm leveling War at the moment. Otherwise, I've got Astra and Sage. Sage doesn't quite look right. Astro also doesn't look right. But fuck it, we'll go Astro. Hey Graha. Hey Kryl. MSQ time! Greetings, After. Come to look in on our friends? Rest assured, everyone's quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we?
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Who's that? Lise!
Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Ah.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it. Well, well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiark being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiark will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
Whenever I see those images, I can't help but think of, like, fertility
But tell us,
dolls.
Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire.
Of course.
So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
That's not pointed at all. What meeting? Lead on!
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
Oh, he's so cute now that he's not the Exarch.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
It's good to see everyone back together, though. When I set out to save Hulric, I think Bargu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Bargu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alizé, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Bargu, we have to try. However much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness. Not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Beck Lug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved hasn't exactly amounted to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Alligans took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Aetherochemical Research Facility, where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. Never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Azizla, which means we'll be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. Is it going to be the Enterprise, or...? Has Tataru sourced an airship specifically for the Scions? Because that would be cool. Ready. That's not the Enterprise. Seems rose-colored. Or like wine red. But maybe that's just the gloom. I give you the bonanza! I'm sorry. Bonanza? The Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones, and named her for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is This is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coin keeper. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azizlar. But enough talk, it's time to fly. All aboard! Like, I know that Tataru doesn't have any combat ability, really, but the sheer power that she has as anything else, crafting, gathering, whatever, she's great. And that's why I love the conspiracy theory that she's secretly a primal, but just not a combat primal. She is the primal of the Scions. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Tataru's outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Azizlar. And Alphino's report did not do the scale of this place justice. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Azizlar, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this path leads to an aetherite, beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. And here's the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to Temporary. And there we are. Iconic corruption, an overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say. Confound it. Contents appear to have been deleted. What? No! Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is where to look. It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. It's likely that he kept a copy. I would say it's a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters on the Habisphere. We can ascertain the details at Habisphere Control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We'll need them to reach our destination. I forgot. You already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship, then. We'll see you at the Habisphere. Oh! Something I didn't show. Because I ran Delabrum a bunch of times, I got quite lucky. And I now have a gold. Is this Gabriel? I think it's Gabriel. Yeah. I think this is one of the only gold mounts that you can get that you don't have to spend like 25 million gil. The other one being the gold Magitech armor that you get for... I think it's only 500 commendations. It's not that many. given that I'm at 1,000 and I don't do a lot of dungeons anymore. I did a lot to get up to this level with a lot of things, but at the same time, I haven't really done roulettes properly in a while, which is why the leveling has kind of dropped off. I've been focusing more on the PvP since the latest, since 7.2 came out, and been making sure to try and do my front lines roulette. But that's about it. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be able to tell us its number. Number 69. There, from what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Huh? Warning. An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Habisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the Fourth Umbral Calamity. I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy levels critical. Returning to base for recharging. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example. Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned the lightning-aspected ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind. Finally stand here with the two of you is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites that want to manifest where the ether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off. Which makes me think we should make a contest of this. The first to return here with the shard wins. What do you say? Very well. It would be my honor to come third. What the fuck? Someone accidentally sent me a tell instead of the person they were trying to actually tap. That first time I've seen that. It's probably been sent to both of you if you're in the same area. That's not my understanding of how hell works, but okay. Oh my god, whatever will I do? Okay, that gravity looks cool. I have mainly seen gravity as, I think, the Shadowbringers version. Where it's just the one big wall. Bravo! It was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations. The lightning shard is yours. What? No dramatic entrance? You've changed. You remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you'd better hurry back. But one last thing. Thank you for bringing me here. It appears Alizé had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? You have that I don't. That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from after. And not only about the secrets of adventuring, but come, we should attend to our mission. The secret is the blessing of Hyberlin. And plot progression. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Habisphere. Only one obstacle remains. The security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray, leave the rest to me. If I am right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes. But if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a student thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. Nothing if not practical. Alphino's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Sharlayan's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphinaud was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded. But deep down, he still holds fast to that one belief. And I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Alphinaud. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allagan civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Baldesion convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I'll admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it should be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of royal family. I am at your most humble service, Your Highness. Never ceases to amuse me. It is but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift. But until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption. An overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Well, go on then, Your Highness. Tell the nice node the password. Right. Let's see. Glory be to Alak. Long live Emperor Zande? Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it. You didn't try password. Come now. Passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance... Password! The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. What did that thing just call me? Wild Rose. Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it's them. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambrose did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext. However much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone, but come on, let's be on our way. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Okay, I can just go straight. Sweet. Wonderful news. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he's on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Kral? Please be voiced, please be voiced. Damn it. As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the Third, a legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they've received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus? Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks to, in part, the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they've decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once again. Working with friendly factions among beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Leminsons in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alphino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we're dealing with the Tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything's possible, which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. I still can't get over the fact that the airship's called fucking Bonanza. What's up, Sid? Sid! Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd been slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Ha! I still struggle with that idea, but From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavours. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something. What is it? Well, well. Treatment for tempering. And for the next step, you need to find the password to this Allegan's report. Just so. Nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly. And thus, we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an Allegan dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Ding, it's done. Ah, looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honours, Your Highness? I would, milady. Node, open the report entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Opening report. Hello. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we'll call corruption refers to the alteration of the ether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause a subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further tests have determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged, or stagnant during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavour in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption. In accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hope that one day, someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So not even the Allegants were able to find a cure, or rather were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No. We would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. If we could only make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference! The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Though, through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith, which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you're right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics. Which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power. A lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. Password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure in a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective, I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to a workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Luckily we have you to help, eh? Right, while Grahatir and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Arthur and Alizé with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. So do I need to go to Northern Thanlan? Take them to the Sky Steel Manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanlan. The people there will give you what we need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanlan. Welcome back, Mistress Arthur. How may I serve you this day? So you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you. The Athenian, right? Yeah. Ceruleum? You've come to the right man. Fair warning, though, the price is shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you got the coin. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem. It's as good as gold to me.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day? A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Thanks.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
That's a decent amount of ceruleum, I think.
Who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Sid's voice seems deeper than I remember it.
It's been a while, hero.
Heyo.
You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
By the way, the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto. Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin. All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Oh.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Keith! She won't last much longer!
You can't take it, Captain.
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close! So very close!
Oh.
Well, This is going swimmingly.
You catty bitch.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There. I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Does he have an eidetic memory?
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
Oh, Wedge.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
The male version of BDSM After Bunny. Hey, Misty. Interesting way to jump into the channel. I mean... let's not forget I have this. Right, I am going to quickly pop to the toilet and then we will jump back in to the MSQ. Be back in just a moment. I like you anyway, Misty. Well, I am glad to see you here, yes. Even if you do come in with some out-of-pocket shit. No, I didn't say that I don't like you. I said precisely the opposite. Waffle fries? Oh no, lemon waffle. Waffle. I could go for a waffle. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I am quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. As long as you exercise caution. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. Ooh, Limsa! Where would you find another crazy person like you? I mean, there are a lot of people on the internet. I can guarantee you. Many of them are their own version of crazy. But it would be a different crazy. It wouldn't be the same. You have your unique type of crazy. I mean, let's face it, I have my unique type of crazy. I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years. I very much so have my own type of crazy. Still doing this. And it's been 10 years and I've not even reached 1,000 followers. I've not even had 100 followers a year or anything like that. Looking for FC recruitment by just telling random people. Fuck off. I mean, that is better than just sending an FC invite without telling, but still. You'll go now to cry in your corner. Oh, no, I wasn't saying fuck off to you. I promise. I promise. That was unfortunate timing, Misty. Unfortunate timing. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our hosts bring Gabu to us at once.
Apologies for the wait.
Hoist! Didn't expect that.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
I forgot I was in my BDSM.
Fancy meeting you here. Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
I mean, Y'shtola is one of the best people to have.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
To be able to view
So
the
this
ether.
new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin. Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
And I hoped for a more visual change in Angelo.
No small amount indeed. Oh.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allagans did not. It was never like to be easy.
Good point.
The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
The Bismarck? Well, seems as good a spot as any to have a rest.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light-corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alisaie refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Well, if it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is.
Oh god.
Alisaie, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
Gaboo!
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alisaie's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alisaie. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alisaie was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gabu, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then, the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
That was cute. As she will be at pains to remind me, I've not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first. It seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. We won't, because we... Why? Because we can. Repeatedly. You're not a fan of Baku? The adorable little kobold? I forgot how long these quests can take. I take it you're ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well. Hey, Matoya. Been a minute.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away, and for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
God damn it, Alphino.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Idiot.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I am proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
What the fuck is that? As far as we're aware, there isn't anything like a Porksy
So that's the way of it.
on the source.
It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create Porksies with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother Porksy, as it were.
Oh god.
Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiars there. That may be, but no one set foot in there since the Exodus. Dread to imagine what's become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars and mayhap a monster or two. But nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, If there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my progos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Off you go. I am suddenly reminded that I don't think I've done the Arboretum. Dungeon from here yet. Yeah, no, I haven't. Yeah. I've also not done either of the custom deliveries for Shadowbringers, which I should really unlock this weekend. I know that there's Kai Shear in Yulmore, but I think there's also one in Ilmeg. We'll just accept this. From what I remember, it's not a bad dungeon. And it might be nice to run through it unsynced for the sake of having done it. In fact, let's take a little moment to do some combat. It should also count for my Wondrous Tales, which I've not completed yet for the week. But then there's also a hard version of this that I think is Stormblood? Not Stormblood. Yeah, no, Stormblood. Because this was Heaven. Yeah, I actually remember this dungeon a little bit. I won't have done it since I was playing on my old character, but I do actually have a slight memory of this. I remember this bit. Oh wait, no. I do remember this. Honey! I think I might be getting confused with the hard version though, which has like a sewer thing going on. And one of the bosses is a mud pie. Yeah, I'm not sure what the last boss is, though. Because I think I am remembering the hard version more. Oh, is it a Rafflesia? No. It's a Henbane? Or whatever. Belladonna. Yeah. Dead is what it is. Game crashed. Let me in. I knew the thought of the Arboretum's treasures would be enough to get your juices flowing. Yeah, fuck it. We'll head back to Idle Shire first. But we are going to get a new dungeon. It's going to be a level 80 dungeon, though. I should still be able to solo it, it's just going to take a minute. Because it'll still have been balanced for 4 people. It's the ones that are balanced for 8 that I can't solo anymore. Don't care. Sorry. The unwashed.
Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my good mistress's relict. Kurorogo is my name, and I'm honored to be your guide. Within you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be held. I must warn you, however, the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word and I will show you in.
Alright, what do I fancy doing this as? Summoner would be good. So would Red Mage. I'm feeling Red Mage right now. Couldn't tell you why. Thought I was still on unrestricted. Oh, because the craft. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's a lot of books.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Okay. Is this going to be like a similar mechanic to Sistata, where they're going to say something that actually impacts the mechanic? First things first, we need to harvest some clay. The clay can be had at the clay cauldron through this portal. Please follow me and put down any pests that bar the way. haven't played a lot of Red Mage since finishing Eureka.
Whee!
Son of Ziggy!
He's come for revenge for the anti-tower. Interesting. So this is the same model as from the pirate thing. Okay, that's just a raid line. Oh, okay, and this is the heirloom set. It's the next dungeon that has the armor set that I actually want. I think. Next, we need the water flowing again. It'd be my pleasure to show you to the Clear Note Cauldron. For your own safety, I ask that you keep close to me. Cave gelatin. Sweet. We're going pretty well. Boss time. That thing is adorable looking. Nixie. Hee let's play, let's play. Water becomes spears, things of flesh and bones appear. Ow! Water, flow so swift, wash away in setted rift. Where are you going? Such fun. More water, we need more water. Yeah, okay, now I can. No, all my water's gone, but I can't lose, I won't. That looks suspiciously similar to a Pictomancer ultimate. Or limit break. Shower power. Oh, it's this one. I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy as a ninja. Water's flowing again. Let us head back. Ooh. Last but not least, we need 5. Step right through. I will guide you safely to Kiln Fire Cauldron. Ooh! Pictomancers have definitely been here. Elders?
you Moses? I wonder what I'm gonna have to fight at the end of this. Oh, whatever could it possibly be? Oh, never mind. I get to kill him here. What a fiery battle that was, and I don't mean the magma. Destination awaits. Have to defeat the Mother Forksy. Apparently. The lava lamp. Yeah. Ugh. This is a cute, kind of interesting dungeon. Alright, it's time to bake us a porksy. I guess that's the clay.
Right then. Let's get this over with.
Looking very regal and stompy.
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Let's see how well you handle this big girl. Yeah, I presumed that was the order of operations. Meat mallards. She sucks. Jesus. She's hidden herself. Find her quickly or you'll be in for a world of pain. Oh, hello. Die. No. Please tell me that the Mother Porksy is voiced. I kind of need that in my life.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more.
Damn it, there is a minion of that water boss. And I didn't get it. Oh well, I'll have to run the dungeon again. Some other time.
That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porksies. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Babies!
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, They should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the Porxes, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age?
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Y'shtola. They are as peas in a pod, are they not? Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. Don't know why. I needed to make those noises. How do I want to meet the Admiral? Probably not dressed like a gimp. You know what? Yeah, that works. Tidings for the Admiral. She's presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I shall make an exception. Oh, hey! Beast Tribe leaders. My friends, what brings you here this day? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it, here in Limsa. The production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace, yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beast-man. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning in the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. Twas I who moved the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, We Laminsons have been at odds with those who are at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by their thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbours in Vilbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye, acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the three pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I'm given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfrey, has been bedridden for some time with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads, a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence amongst their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We've invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives. They've learned naught of any value. Leave it to us. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I'd be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know this Sicard. If you could approach the pirates, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. That means they want me to go up or... It really is a cool armor set. I mean, it looks better not zoomed in because of the glow effect. It makes me look forward to getting the, I think it's the Purgatory set from the Endwalker raids. Carthelane! Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Garlean vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals. But mayhap you will have more luck. Go with something a little bit more relaxed. So this is the Sanguine Sirens, right? Eh? You want to know about Sickard? He's a wily bugger is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for Moinscat's place at old Hilfir's side. There was a time we raced the executioners for our pick of the Empire's fleet. But the Garleans are gone, and them days with them. Owing to much, we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. That jumped up bilge rat, Sickard, landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we Sirents are struggling, mind. We do well enough guarding fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get a first pick of the produce for our trouble, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass to our sisters as can't sail on account of getting old or wounded or with child. And they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. I miss the old days, don't get me wrong. When I see the girls with their little uns, I think to myself, a life of peace ain't quiet, ain't all bad. I got stuck. I see everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? So, just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sickard turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before. No amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they come by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication's been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries at Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the Thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made an appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds and Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say that the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes, though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed, so how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. I mean, that kind of works in our favour because it means less likely to summon a primal. But at the same time, that's going to just make relationships between the tribes and us look worse. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsa Laminta, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction, and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be on Ocean's Embrace in Lower Lenosha shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. I don't know. There are, after this, 3 quests left in this patch. And then there's 9 quests left until Endwalker. Although there is another dungeon as well. So yeah, I think we will probably get to Endwalker today. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he'll surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral. Scions, not least of all. Compared to yours and After's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Raha is right, and even if you aren't recognised on sight, you look too genteel to be mixed with the society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well, I leave it to you, Graha. Got business with me, cat boy. You're the crystal wholesaler. That I am, but you're no merchant. So what do you want the crystals for? Don't look at us, you idiot. You'll give yourself away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staves like that fine specimen you got there. It's not a bad way of going about it. That's right, I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. It takes time to establish trust, you understand? Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I'll not quibble over the price. Alright, it's plain that no ordinary crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. We went into that tunnel quietly. You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed. I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them if that's your worry. They're from Ogomoro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So how much do you want? Ogomoro, taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. Hello, pretty boy. I'm Sickard, acting captain of the bloody executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, scions. We also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So, we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. Question is, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You've spoken plain, and so I shall return the favour. We came here to learn why the bloody executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag. It don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Hers especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ugumaro and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the Beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors, we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. With the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the Beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you've broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue, the Astalica. Trust she won't turn down the invitation. Thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sickard has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Limsa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. I know the best way is through here. Welcome back, my friends. What news? So, they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sukkard's invitation to have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present bear witness.
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your peace!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sickard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Good speech.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
The thing is, she uses guns. By the looks of it, he uses a sword. Never mind, that's a gun as well. God damn!
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
That's the actual captain.
It's the captain!
Captain Elfir!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad,
I made ye me right hand because I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
Thank you very much.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Oh, he's still not well.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
That was a decent cutscene. Though I had anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. Full glad am I that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we've made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbours. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something that you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagin swarmed at our hulls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea. The kobolds shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lenosha, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand, it is the present, fresh and raw. With their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their tempered. Admirable. Why do I keep saying admirable instead of admiral? Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are likely to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. So we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them, personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. You would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we'll bring them, I'll wager they'll attempt to summon Titan then and there. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch. He'll not be alone. Nay, he'll have guards on hand, and they'll lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chance at peace. There, my venture flounders. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life. Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of ether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alisaie would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I'm not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do. And had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest, or die trying. I believe in you, Alisaie. And I believe in you too. You and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. It is settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We will join you there anon. To Camp Overlook. We're very close to the end of patch 5.4, which is what would unlock Zadnor. It's this quest and one more. Alphino wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us. Focus on your own task. Indeed, should you want for ether, you need only say the word. Bagoo! Or Gabu, did you follow us here? There's something important I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say! Please let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we've secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. The mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zadar of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you're ready, let us proceed to the Ugumaro mines at once. Been a while since I've been here. I still have nightmares about those fucking books. For the aroma of all relics. Wait. For a second I thought that had opened up, which would have been amazing. But nope, you have to make the full square. Okay, so you want me to actually fight stuff? In which case... let's do Reaper. This Aetheryte will bring us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan as I anticipate, we'll halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alizé's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them, and let Aizen here do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. Let's do it. Were those Gabu's parents?
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alizé! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
I can't kill any of them, but I am a Reaper of Souls. Girl seeks to harm the Patriarch with vile magics.
We must protect Alizé!
You're in my sights.
I suppose the closer they are, the more likely they can get hit by multiple. This might have actually been easier if I was or any tank.
You're in my sights.
His tempering has a health bar. Sorcery is this. We have to do that 4 more times, okay. His tempering is too severe. Can't finish the job. So one person's ether alone is not enough.
Oh, just what we need. You're not alone.
One down.
You're in my sights.
Just remember that Musketeer,
Here you are,
what
Alizé.
the Admiral is, was supposed to be another playable class. big box now.
More! I need more ether!
Admiral, are you alright?
Just a little more!
This isn't gonna work. No! Oh no! Is he okay? He's talking. Why are her stacks going? Oh, because they're going into, yeah. Going into Angelo. It's still not enough. Almost there. After. Please lend me your ether too. Take it. Uh-oh. You're dead now, girl. Finished. Done for. Dead. No, you don't. No, Admiral, it's too dangerous. I made my decision before I came here. No matter what it costs me, Limsa must have peace. Please die. A little more ether, just a little more, and I can finish this. Thank you. It will work this time. Promise.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angela.
Oh god, are we sending the Porksy as a cannon instead of a dog? So that's the same pose that whatever her name is in Final Fantasy VIII makes. Doing the Angelo cannon.
Did it work?
What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
The dead kobolds are reminding you of Havel. They wear heavy armor. Kinda.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it, and you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already, so please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No. We won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Aww.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades.
Also the ultimate weapon for Vincent.
It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
Admiral? Okay, good.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
A very believe in the me that believes in you moment.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
It was a deep cutscene. It would seem we found a way forward with the kobolds. Next, we'll help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. It's far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. Reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Limsa Lominsa, but all Eorzea.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Nim?
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
I mean, it's not necessarily canon, but I have started to heal the people of Nim. At least one of them's no longer a Tonberry.
What in the world is that?
What is that? It's a bone thing.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front
They
are on
don't look
highest
Garlean.
alert.
They look,
Forgive my
Machian.
directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
It doesn't look high tech enough or steampunky to be like, if it was bar sci-fi, it would be Allagan. If it was more steampunk, it would be Magitech. But that honestly looks like void and dark magic, necromancy stuff, which would be Machian. Although Mark doesn't exist anymore. So... that guy did the voice to Solus in Dragon Age Inquisition. I will have to take your word for it. I have not played Inquisition. Or Veilguard. The reason I've not played Veilguard is because I haven't played Inquisition. Although I also don't particularly look forward to the awkward way that they have approached certain things. Not the fact that they're in there, just the awkward way that they've gone about it. I haven't played a Dragon Age since... I don't think I ever beat 2. I think I played a bit of 2, but I think I may have only played the first Dragon Age. I enjoyed Dragon Age 1 when I played it at the time, but it isn't something that has drawn me in since. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins. That's the one. I played that one. Don't remember any of it. Other than Morrigan. Because of course I'd remember the Goth Witch. I'm not saying that I have tastes, but yeah, I remember that. I haven't played 2, or if I have played it, I definitely didn't finish it. I have Inquisition, but I've not played it. I think I have Veilguard because I think it was on PlayStation Plus, but I've not played it. I've also not played Mass Effect Andromeda, and I loved the Mass Effect series. I know that Andromeda is not supposed to be good, but still, it's a new Mass Effect, and I've not played that. Like, honestly, if I've not played it on stream, I haven't played most new games in the last 5 years. That's actually very, very true. Yeah, if I've not streamed it, if it's a brand new game, I've probably not played it. in the last 5 years. The only caveats to that are generally Nintendo games, or games on the Switch, not necessarily from Nintendo, because when I was commuting for my old job, I played a lot of stuff on the Switch. So like I've played Pokemon Violet, I think was the one I had. Yeah, Violet. I've played, it's technically a remake or a remaster, but I played Tactic Ogres Reborn. I've played Disgaea 7, was it the newest one? Though I didn't finish that because I stopped doing my commute before I finished it. Probably some other stuff. But it was about 2 years ago that I started playing Final Fantasy XIV again. And that kind of took over everything that I would. If I wasn't playing it on stream, it was probably Final Fantasy. Yeah, I really can't think of any other newish games that I will have played if I didn't stream it. Oh, I played Suicide Squad. That was quite recent. I played that off stream. I played It Takes Two, but that was with Neff as something for us to do together. So those are the two games that I have played more recently. I want to see my older Steam replay. Like my 2013 one? Not 2013. 2022, I think I've got. I don't remember how to get it. So 2022. I played Avengers. Marvel Avengers, that was off stream. I played The Dying Light, that was off stream. Tales of Arise, I did play, and that was off stream. So yeah, there are a handful of things I've played, but generally not many. I didn't save my Steam replay of 2023. Alan Wake, well, I streamed that, yeah. Last night, you've returned to Dead by Daylight. I have absolutely zero interest in Dead by Daylight. I'm not a fan of competitive multiplayer stuff, generally. But the fact that Dead by Daylight is one player who is massively powerful against a group of players that can't directly do anything against the monster, the killer, whatever, doesn't interest me. Evolve, when that existed, where it was one monster against a team of people with guns and stuff, that was more interesting, but I never got around to playing it. But that, having it be that, okay, the people that are less powerful can still do something, is more interesting to me than just, oh, go around, fix generators whilst you're being hunted. So, not my kind of game. But I also don't like hero shooters, or I don't really like PvP in most things. I'm not a PvP guy. Brain. My brain ain't braining. I've been live for 5 hours. My brain ain't braining. Yeah, I've played a handful of things, but for the most part, like the mainstream games that you, especially ones that you would think I would stream, if I haven't streamed them, I've not played them. Like Dragon Age, Mass Effect, Horizon Forbidden West, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, not played them. Ghost of Tsushima, not played that, because I'd want to stream it if I was going to play it, and I've not streamed it. Anyway, back to the game I am playing.
Thank you for coming so soon.
Thank you for having a voice.
I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roga preserved!
It can't be.
Why does that look like Bahamut?
The palace! After them!
Like that it isn't Bahamut, but it looks very similar to Bahamut. I mean, it's using the same rig, most likely, but...
You're here, good.
Hello.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
What do you want?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days, to which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world.
As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
Why, though?
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
Telophoroi? It's a very horny Bahamut.
But I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Lunar Bahamut. Three guesses where that Bahamut's from, then.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Although it makes sense, given that Dalamud was another moon, although an artificial moon, that housed the primal Bahamut. Thank goodness everyone's safe. We've managed to put out the fire, though not quick enough to save the garden. Raban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you don't. You'll rest. From what Whirlwood tells me, you do some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, I'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate. And take care. Both of you. Oh, I'm a yawny bitch. Oh, you're back too. Good. We've received the reports from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It all seemed tediously predictable but for the endless variety of our foes. This Van Daniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creatures certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. They may be, but the fact that it answered to Van Daniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it's some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? Been to see the Sultana? Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I travelled to Uldar and delivered the Porxies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja claim that a number of their kind have been abducted, and the men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the immortal flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Van Daniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they've been sighted as far afield as Youngsha. It would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. You simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now save remain vigilant. And since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian! Estinian? Now, just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I'd be the first to welcome it. But the truth is, we'll struggle even to find him. You let me and Kral worry about that. We'll sniff him out, no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding. We have ways of locating him regardless, so if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the porksies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You'd be fresher for the tasks ahead. Well, my friend, a moment of triumph didn't last long. Was ever the way, the world often needs saving. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? And I really could have done with a rest. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? Come now, I didn't say that. While it may not be the most carefree experience, there's nothing in this world I'd rather do than write a new future with you. A long future, mind, whatever the telephor I might hope. We'll stop them, won't we? Together. And there we go. Future's rewritten. That is patch 5.4 finished. So we should now have access to Zadnor. Meanwhile, somewhere in the logs. Okay. Alamigo. Please.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Not if he's the only one.
Glory be.
Glory be to Garlemald!
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... So that seems to be a similar effect to what the Bosnian Queen was using. With the blue eyes.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
No longer happy with the magic katana? No? Okay. mean, fair enough if it broke that easily. It's not an edgy enough weapon. That's what the problem is. He needs it to be edgier. You don't know if you've told me, but you'll become an uncle this year for the first time. I think you had told me, but congratulations all the same. He's ugly, that's why he's evil. I don't know which one you're talking about, but if it was the one in the hood, Asahi, he's, yeah, always been a cunt. He's, we saw him in Stormblood. He was the brother of the bunny, moon queen that you liked, the Tsukiyomi, her brother. Okay, I can now unlock Zadnor, which I want to do because there's farming that I need to do in Zadnor to do more of the Bosnian relic. Although we are getting close to the final stage of the Bosnian relic. He was talking about the one on the throne, the other one was just insane on his face. Oh, that's Xenos, who I think you said was hot before. I think. But maybe with when he was in a different outfit. He was also one of the main villains of Stormblood. Blade Bun, we have at last determined the whereabouts of the 4th Legion's remaining installation here in Bosnia. Our scouts reported sightings of their forces rallying at Zadna to the north, which seems to indicate Castrum Lacus Lator has been abandoned. We deployed our vanguard to advance on the enemy stronghold, but the way is barred by a fleet of warships. Now that Queen Gunhilda no longer poses a threat, Badge Salgin intends to deploy the troops previously held in reserve. We'll be joining them in Zadnor shortly. Our first port of call is Camp Verdelnis. When you're ready, Jaros will escort you there. Well. Didn't think I'd see you traipsing about here. They told me you'd been keeping busy giving the 4th Legion what for in the front lines. I'm sure you're itching to get back, but before you go, we've some interesting news to share. One of the surviving members of Gunhilda's Blades has found more crystals on the battlefield, but far different from those we've seen before. Aye, they ain't formed from the memories of the dying, more like a concentration of raw emotion. And I'd wager my last mug of ale, well, maybe not my last mug, that Gunhilda's Blades would have used crystals just like these to give their weapons more bite. If they knew how, that is. Seems like when the last queen unleashed the power of the sword, the prayers of her people added to her strength. These crystals ain't exactly full of faith, but if we're looking to make the resistance weapons stronger, the power of them emotions might just do the trick. From what books I could find, Gunhilda's Blades had the same idea, enhancing their weapons using the power of prayer. But understanding how to unlock the potential to save the Queen proved too much for him. Fascinating. Should we succeed where even the ancient Bosnians failed, we will have forged the true blades of Gunhilda as they were meant to be. Aye, you could say that. Of course, I'd rather we keep calling them resistance weapons. Whatever we choose to name them, it certainly is an exciting prospect. You shall have the support of the House of Splendors, and any resources that might prove useful to your work. Cooperation of the House is greatly appreciated, but I assume this is not an act of charity? Well, we are a business, after all. But surely any price we ask is a pittance if it means a glorious new standard for your countrymen to rally behind. Yes, such splendorous weapons would more than serve as a beacon of hope for our people's future, once the Imperials are driven out of Bosnia. More importantly, we contract with the House of Splendors will be fulfilled. Assuming that is, we can get a hold of everything we need. That being an alloy, what can handle higher concentrations of ether? A potent reagent to bind ethereal energies to the weapon, and a means of committing the power of emotions to it. Rather a tall order, but I am certain that the House of Splendors can provide. I'll have my associates look through our inventories and bring the necessary resources to Gangos. Naturally, the House will expect something in return, most likely goods of equivalent value. And what part will you play in the proceedings, if I may ask? Oh, I plan to have the Ironworks make adjustments to the Elegant Node in order to more precisely tailor the completed weapon to their future wielders. After all, such attention to detail will increase their value exponentially. And one last thing, I'll be instructing my colleagues to deliver the requested materials in bulk. If they should have to travel so far, I intend to make it worth their time. I suppose that is fair. We will certainly have a need to forge more weapons than when new members of Gunhilda's Blades are appointed. Thank you for your understanding. Now, without any further ado, I shall begin my preparations. For the time being, that leaves us to ponder upon the not-so-simple matter of the goods the House will demand as payment. Leave it to me. Wonderful. Once we know more, I shall act as an intermediary to ensure a smooth transaction. Now all I need to do is wait for my moment. I but moments ago received a list of desired goods from Mistress Regana. The House of Splendors works with frightening efficiency. What they are asking for doesn't seem entirely unreasonable, as Regana has arranged 3 separate transactions. I shall let you decide which to attend to first. All 3. My understanding is these only need to be completed once. As Geralt mentioned, we'll require some manner of reagent to bind... Pardon me. Require some manner of reagent to bind the crystal's ether to the weapon. For this particular transaction, the House of Splendors is but an intermediary for the manufacturer, goblin metalworkers of some renown in Idleshire, apparently. According to Regana, despite the material requiring the use of some sort of special forge, she was able to negotiate a reasonable agreement. It still struck me as rather a lopsided deal in their favour, but we've little choice but to take her word for it. For our part in the bargain, we've been asked to procure 2 varieties of mechanical parts. They must be of the highest quality if we are to appease the goblins' discerning eyes. Supposedly, the parts in question are commonly found in an apparatus employed by the Illuminati, as well as the Empire's forces. We've been asked to collect 30 of each. If you're up to the task, I thought you might tend to the metal alloy required for the resistant weapons refinement. I say we, but I fear there's little I can do to help with this particular request from the House of Splendors. For some reason, they've requested memoirs of battle in return for their services. They were quite adamant that said memoirs are of fierce battles far more harrowing than anything I myself have experienced. What's more, they went on to say these writings should be based on battles here in Bosnia, or battles of an otherworldly nature. My apologies, Blade Bun, but they've asked for 30 freshly penned volumes of each. According to Master Geralt, the means by which emotional energies are committed to the resistance weapons is perhaps the most crucial part of the refinement process. Somehow, the House of Splendors has contrived an incantation they believe will do precisely that, inspired by the techniques used to create materia. They are penned to magic scrolls, no doubt designed to expire after a handful of uses, but I digress. In exchange for these scrolls, they've asked we procure crystallized memories of the dying. Our work on the resistance weapons has garnered their attention, it seems. Now they wish to study the crystals, perhaps refine their own wares. I would rather we didn't have to share the techniques of our forebears, but if this is the price we must pay to benefit Bosnia's future, so be it. I'll forgo explanations on how to acquire them, as you've already quite familiar. You need only know they've requested 2 varieties of memories, 30 of each. But that is all stuff that I can get in Zadnor, and I only need to do this once. I've been expecting you. If your preparations are complete, let's depart for Camp Redelnis. You now have access to Zadnor. All gear will be item level synced down to 430. This place looks considerably more fucked up. I'm guessing that's the Dalriada. Thank you for coming. I understand this is your first time in Zadnor, correct? Even before the 4th Legion relocated here from Castrum Lacus Lator, it was hardly the most hospitable of places. To see it now, one can scarcely believe it was once a rich and fertile land. Sadly, it was not spared the ravages of the 4th Umbral Calamity. In the wake of the disaster, this plateau became rich in earth-aspected crystals. Miners were keen to seize the opportunity, and they quickly exhausted the supply of this natural, valuable resource. As the settlers had no other reason to continue living in such harsh environs, the region eventually became uninhabited. Until the Imperials decided to establish an outpost here, that is. Just when we thought ourselves prepared for their next assault, they usher in a fleet of ships from Dalmasca, led by the Dalriada. It has yet to move since dropping anchor. There's no denying the strategical advantage of their present location. We are not yet convinced it is fit to serve as a new base of operations. Regardless, rather than speculate over the Imperial schemes, we must take decisive action. Now is the time to deliver the final blow to the 4th Legion. If we are to succeed, we will first need to deal with the airships stymieing our attempts to advance. Well, it's a good thing you have us to help with that. See those floating rock formations? One might think them a result of the 4th Umbral Calamity. They were actually caused by the Bosnian incident. When Dalamud struck the citadel, vast quantities of energy permeated the site, likely carried to every corner of Bosnia via ether currents. Certain regions were affected more severely than others, and, well, the results are self-explanatory. Thankfully, we've managed to tap into that energy to erect a barrier to protect from aerial strikes, much like Seiryu's Wall. As you can see, the barrier only extends to the boundaries of this encampment, but it should keep us safe for the time being. Words can ill express my gratitude to Sid for all he has done for us. Can't take all the credit. This wouldn't have been possible without the equipment supplied to us by the Dalmascan Resistance. What's more, the idea to use the land's residual energy came from Lilia, one of my newest engineers. So you see, it was a collaborative effort. But as you said, the barrier can only cover so much ground. If the Dalriada decides to do more than loom ominously in the distance, our troops on the front line won't stand a chance. If only it were a matter of combating their fleet with one of our own. As things stand, the Eastern Alliance is in no position to lend us any of their ships. The Bosnians have next to none in the first place. We may not have a fleet, but we do have an abundance of residual ether at our disposal. If only there was someone who could help us. Perhaps a world-class engineer and master of innovation of some such. And pray tell, where might we find one of those? Yes, point taken. And after all, I can't have newcomers like you stealing my thunder. I'll see if I can turn that idea of yours into a workable solution. We'd be lost without the aid of Garland Ironworks and the Eastern Alliance. Their goodwill must be repaid with naught less than victory. What the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna have to buy another mount speed up for this area. I only have mount speed up for the southern front. Damn it. Now that you're here, we have a favor to ask you. I volunteered to do it myself, but a certain someone insisted I say put... My words are fucking up, man. Your enthusiasm is appreciated, but I'd rather go myself than put any of my workers in harm's way. Besides, this is no job for an engineer. Long story short, the resistance means to advance on the enemy's position. And to do that, they need protection. We aim to erect additional barriers at each outpost they establish along the route to the 4th Legion's base of operations. Trouble is, the residual ether alone may not be enough, so we plan to divert the currents further afield. Although the theory is sound enough, we haven't had a chance to put it into practice. That is where we were hoping you might be able to help. We need you to take this prototype device and activate it at a specific location. And that location would be in the middle of the battlefield, yeah? Why, however did you guess? As before, you only need to set the device in place and we can handle the rest. While the technology involved differs somewhat, in terms of what you actually have to do, it's more or less the same as the task you performed on the southern front. Think of it as redirecting the streams of ether with a dam. And to that purpose, allow me to introduce our new patented defluxion ether manipulator. Or dam, for short. Yes, well, questionable names aside, I can vouch for its workmanship. All that remains is to put it through its paces. Though I'm loath to ask you to bear this burden, our greatest chance of success lies with you. While you make your preparations, we shall attempt to locate a suitable current. As for me, I'd best get back to the workshop. I'll see if there's aught that can be done about the Dalriada. If you've finished your discussion, might I suggest also speaking with our Secretat? He has a wealth of information concerning Zadnor, which I'm sure will serve you well. Once you set foot beyond the Ironworks barrier, you'll face not only Imperial troops, but aerial assaults. Until we find a way to contend with their warships, I beg of you, be careful. Certain decisions made during the course of this quest will affect the story in subsequent quests. These decisions cannot be changed once this quest is completed. Please note, however, that these decisions will not affect rewards received upon quest completion. Okay. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We finally found a suitable location for the Ironworks device. And you'll be pleased to hear the dams are ready to go. Some of our finest work yet, if I do say so myself. Once in place, Baj-Saljan has asked we redirect the ether currents to the newly secured outpost. I'll mark on your map the location where the device must be set. When you've finished, contact us via this link pearl and we shall handle the rest. I shall pray for your safe return. Okay. Yes, there is a Zadnor riding map. The good news is that I'm not that far off getting it. I don't really care that I can do the fates and critical engagements and stuff off stream. My hope is that after I end stream today, I'm going to try and get some, if not all, of the things that I need to progress to the next stage of the Relic questline. Because then I can start finishing Relics, potentially. Which my understanding is that it's going to be a lot of runs of Delabrum. Hey! That's helpful. One less cluster I need in order to get the riding map. Dam is ready. Readying transmission protocols now. All systems appear to be normal. Can you confirm the dam is burrowed into the ground? I can. Then everything is as it should be. You're free to return to camp. I'm fine. I'm just trying to get my slippers back on. Although playing like this does kind of make it feel like it's an American chopper. You know, the type of oh yeah, it's not a true Aetheryte. The type of motorbike. That's the word. Motorbike. Yes. Yes. Oh, so there are legitimately airstrikes. How far do I have to run? Well, that's going to be one thing I have to kill, most likely. Ouch. Okay, no, it's fucked off. Good. Welcome back. The dams appear to be working as planned, though it will take some time for the diversion of the ether current to be complete. We'll continue to monitor the situation from here. Should the dams be in need of fine-tuning, however, we may have to call on you again. Sensors indicate faint traces of ether drifting towards the designated location, and the energy signature's growing stronger. Before long, we'll have made a brand new current leading straight to the outpost. Success. By the sounds of it. Nope. Koso! No! Makoto, it's another vision, isn't it? And you saw it too, didn't you? What is it? What did you see? It's nothing, Lydia, really. Just a dizzy spell is all. I'll be fine after a short rest. Makoto, there's no need to put on a brave face. You said before these visions of yours can't be changed, but that doesn't mean we can't help. Very kind of you, Lilia, but I promise you I'm fine. For now, let's all concentrate on the task at hand. Alright, if you ever need to talk, I'll be right here. What the fuck you playing at? I understand your concern, truly. Even if we were to tell the others, there's nothing they can do to change what I saw, what we saw. No battle is won without sacrifice. I've made peace with what is to come. I imagine Moonbreeder was very much the same in her last moments. She never turned her eyes from the truth, the inevitable, no matter how harsh it may be. It's a quality you both share, and one I strive to emulate. Come now, After. Let's not assume the worst. After all, we know naught of what happens before or after the brief glimpse into the future. True, we just see that she falls. We didn't see her land. So she could get caught by something or someone. Thanks again for your help with the dam. Once the new outpost is secure, you can be certain we'll get work right away on erecting a barrier. In the meantime, perhaps you'd be willing to share what you and Makoto saw? On second thought, forget I said anything. And like she said, it's all fine. Let's get back to it, eh? Speaking of getting to work, I think Saljan was asking after you. Probably wants to talk strategy before their next mission. Leibon, thank you for coming. Wish to speak with you about Missia. As you may recall, it was my intention to have her stand trial once the 4th Legion was routed, and Bosnia's lands made secure. There are those who demand to make an example of her. Cries for her execution grow louder by the day. It is my belief that we must first establish a rule of law, where those convicted of crimes may be given due process. In the case of Imperial captives, an exchange of prisoners should be considered a viable alternative. Do not deny that the crimes she has committed are grave indeed. Yet the fact remains, Missia was a soldier working under the orders of Gabranth and the 4th Legion, hesitant to carry out so harsh a judgment when it is her superiors who should be held accountable. Such is the nature of war, soldiers forced to perform terrible, terrible deeds at the behest of a select few. As commander, I know all too well the weight my orders carry. The day may come where I am made to answer for the acts committed in my name. But today, it is Missia who stands accused. Gabranth is yet to be brought before us, and the people demand justice be served one way or another. I'm not denying she has a troubled past, but if it were up to me, we'd put her to death. I agree with you, Bad Saljan, the blame lies with Menenius and Gabranth. It's not my place to give counsels on such grave matters. I trust you will make the right choice. I mean, she wasn't just a soldier. There was definitely... She should be responsible for her own actions as well. She wasn't just following orders. But this is a Bosnian issue. I'm not Bosnian. It should be decided by the people. When the time comes, we'll keep your words in mind. Thank you, Blade Bun. That's probably the decision that this quest uses. Isn't it? Yeah, it is. It has to be, because that's the only thing that could have been answered differently. Why the furrowed brow? Is it something Bud Saljan said? Sorry, I shouldn't pry. I'll get back to work. Oh, there is something else that I got. I got the Bosnian earring, which gives me another haste effect whilst in Save the Queen areas. And that is from appraising 1,000 things. 1,000 forgotten memories. Oh, I'm into the 16s now. Lodestone. Stone Skin Burst. Lost Rampage. Or Stone Skin. I guess multiple things give Stone Skin. What the fuck is Lodestone? Lodestone. Instantly return to the starting point of the area. Oh! Okay. Basically, it's a free return. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Mita. Blade Bun, it is good to see you. As always, news of your contributions to the Resistance precedes you. You've just received word that the barrier over our new outpost is complete. At last, our front line can finally move forward. An unattainable feat without your assistance, and that of the Ironworks. If you are ready, I've been asked to escort you to our newest encampment. I'd also strongly advise you attune to the Aetheryte here if you've yet to do so. Now, if you'll follow me, the camp is due west of here. Cool. So yeah, I will do most of this off stream. I think I'll definitely do Dalriada on stream for the first time, like we did with Castrum. But the farming of the 30 different things that I need in order to get to the next relic stage, I only need to do it the once, so I'm gonna try and not do that on stream. Like I said, I want to get into Endwalker. I don't want to end up doing loads and loads of Bosnia on stream. Although I may end up doing loads and loads of Bosnia on stream, similar to Eureka, because there's going to be a lot of farming. But for the most part, it's going to be a lot of Castrum and a lot of Delaware. Although I think that Zadnor Fates and critical engagements give more metal, which will help me to then do things easier in the other farms. I don't know. I didn't do Bosnia on my old character, and this is my first time in Zadnor. It's my first time doing these relics. You'll find all the essential facilities are in place, including an Aetheryte for ease of travel. But Salgin intends to seize yet another outpost as we continue to push the front line forward. Of course, this will likely require more work securing ether currents to power yet another protective barrier. Even so, with you here to aid us, I have the faith the Resistance will prevail in the end. Yeah, so there's 3 different zones within Zadnor. There's like a south, a west, and a north. I need to be Resistance rank 20. I can't accept the next thing then. I'm only 19. That is unfortunate. I could do a fate. This area looks nicer than the southern front so far. A little bit less trench warfare-y. Despite the fact that there's actual aerial strikes. Here. Death Machine. I went through a lot of effort naming that. Huh. This doesn't seem like it's gonna go well. Never mind. We should be fine. Critical engagement would definitely give me some good metal. So close, there we go. And that gave me 200k metal. Not bad. As well as one of the things that I need. So I need 30 of those, which you get 1 for each fate you complete, and 2 for each critical engagement you complete, but of a different one, and I need 30 of each. So I need to do 30 fates and 15 critical engagements in each of the 3 zones within Zadnor. I hope there's a tank who knows what they're doing with this, because I do not. Okay, this seems to actually be going pretty easy. And this should give me enough metal to get up to 20. 2 different types of crystal. I think I need to get... Okay. I'll be honest, this is going surprisingly well so far. Cool! That went well. I did. Did I attune? I want to say, yeah, I must have. Must have. And now I can rank up to 20 and take the next quest, which is probably going to be putting a dam in this second zone. But then I can also find out what resistance rank I need to be for the third zone, which will probably be the next one after that. But I did get 400,000 metal just from that one critical engagement. That's pretty good. Pretty good. There he is. New quest done. I need 2 million. Okay. So this is going to give me 500,000. Okay. The Resistance is preparing to secure a new outpost. After analysis of the area, however, I regret to say there is nowhere near enough residual ether to power the barrier. To make matters worse, it's a rather awkward location that requires us to redirect multiple currents to sustain a sufficient flow of energy. That's where these beauties come in, the deflection ether manipulators Mark 2 and 3. What sets them apart from the first model, you may ask? Well, apart from the name, not a lot, but they are newer, if that counts for anything. Though we both wish we could go with you, I fear we would only slow you down. Please, be safe out there. So, after this quest, 4 critical engagements, or maybe twice that many fates, would get me to resistance rank 21. The maximum is 25. I know that much. After which I can start getting the raise of whatever. Although I think that those each cost like 10 million metal or something ridiculous like that. Hold on, I should do this fate. If I can. I should be able to jump in on it. Just before it dies. I don't think there was another player doing this, so I might still get gold. No. Yeah, okay. It's still 20,000 metal. It's not a lot, but it's something. Imperials. They didn't get the better of you, did they? No. I suppose you wouldn't be contacting me if they did. I really must learn not to jump to conclusions. The dam appears to be fully operational. How are things there? Excellent. Proceed to the next site and stay vigilant. There's no telling what you may encounter in Imperial forces. I'm so close to this fate that I should do it. this is not going well. I don't think I'm even going to get to kill one of these. I wasn't going to kill him before this critical engagement. Anyway. Why does that look like one of the things from, $12, but then with something behind it. One of the... was it icons? Eidolons? It looks like one of the things out of the Final Fantasy XII. That's what I needed for that other quest that I've since I bought the things off the market with. Chain spell and assassination, re-raise, or light curtain. I think assassination is really good for Castrum. For when you're trying to save the what's their faces? Hostages. Doom. Why Doom? That's why Doom. Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. Especially given I don't think there's anyone else that can... Oh! I was wrong. Well, I lost a little bit more than I earned from the fate that I only got bronze with. Oh. I see. I guess that's a bit like the super fate where it does in and then out very quickly.
it. I did it again! Okay, so stand out and then go in. Yes, that's correct. Cool. Okay. Good. Yeah. Just need to do a few more. But again, I don't even know if rank 21 is what I'd need to get to the last area. I hope so. But decent chance no. Can I get into this central area through here? That's a big boy. That's a big boy. Hello, big boy. Bye, big boy. The looks of it, yes. Can go. I think I can tell where the last camp is, or at least the next camp. Maybe not the last, but the next one. Thank you. 4 more clusters and I can get Mount Speed. Oh, no fight this time. Okay. Thank you. We're getting closer to Mount Speed. You've reached the designated location. Readying transmission protocols. So far, so good. Has the dam burrowed into the ground? Excellent. Return to the outpost and we shall handle the rest.
Welcome back. Our sensors detected steady streams of ether flowing toward the site of the new outpost. Now it's up to the Resistance to drive away the Imperials. Once they have, a substantial confluence of energy should be available to power a new barrier. Well, everything seems to be under control here, so I'd better get going. Oh, right. Makoto's gathered some promising data to help the Chief deal with the Dalriada. It pertains to my findings on the inner workings of the Crystal Foci. I believe it may be of use to him. The Chief said he'd be heading back to Doma after finishing maintenance on Seiryu's wall. Rather than drag him all the way back here, it seems quicker if I take the data to him myself. But don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Ah, before I go, Makoto, is there anything else you'd like me to pass on to Sid? It's not good to keep your emotions bottled up like that, you know? Why don't you tell him how you feel? How I feel? Lydia! That is wholly and utterly unprofessional. I would never. He would never. And even if we did, This is neither the time nor the place to discuss such matters. I think it is. I've seen far too many people live to regret words left unspoken. Just think on it, will you? And try not to miss me while I'm away? You. Oh. Is there any chance you could forget that entire conversation? Oh! Oh! I was only joking, but thank you for trying. To tell the truth, since entering the studium, my life has had but one singular purpose. The pursuit of knowledge. Yet for all my research and scholarly works, I never learned what it truly means to be alive. At least, that's what Moonbreeder would tell me. She would often admonish me, always insisting I spend time with the other students, or at the very least, step away from my dusty tomes for some fresh air. Perhaps she hoped I might find someone I cherish more than my books. Though, sadly, she never had the chance to see it. Sid is truly a remarkable man, and I'll not deny our shared interest in the sciences. During the short time we've worked together, we've become good friends. And as his friend, I understand the great burdens of his mind. Even now, he struggles to break free from his ties to the Empire and his father's terrible legacy. Which is why I wish to do all within my power to support him. As a friend, mind you. My feelings towards Sid are similar to those I felt for Moonbreeder. Respect and admiration. As much as I hate to disappoint Lilia, that is the way of things. So please, don't read too deeply into it. Where did you come from? Master Carol, what are you doing here? Better question would be, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be paying the visit to Sid in Doma? Nothing to be embarrassed about, lass. All romances have to start somewhere. And I agree, the two of you make a good match. But you need to act quick. Even I can see the man's a fine glass of ale. I reckon it won't be long before some pretty thing snatches him up to take a swig. Oh? Is this in the Dalriada? Oh, he's changed his weapon. It's orange now. It was green before. Oh yeah, he's using Ifrit's axe and the. But he's using Ifrit's axe as a one-handed weapon, and he's using Titan's shield. Okay. Well, is it ready? Modifications will require more time. You can't be serious. It's been ages since the damn thing was excavated. Have the engineers been sitting around with their thumbs up their asses all this time? Far from it. Given that this is unexplored territory, we must proceed with caution. Tell that to the Resistance soldiers a stone's throw from our bloody front door. Won't be long before they tear it down. Why not withdraw to Damaska? Surely they can finish their modifications on the way back. Withdraw? You would abandon everything we've laboured for here in Bosnia. That's not all we stand to lose. Surely you have not forgotten the events of Castrum Meridianum. I only know what I've heard. Gaius's pet ended up biting the hand that fed it before turning the place upside down. Not quite the wording used in the reports, but accurate enough. Knowing his plans would soon be thwarted, he deployed an anti-Icon war machina in a final attempt to drive back the Eorzean forces. He could not contain its power. Because of his hubris, the castrum was wiped off the map. In short, the relics of the Alligans are not to be trifled with. It takes but one mistake for our plans to fall to ruin. And yet Cisnasius is seen fit to scurry off to some far-flung hole when he's needed most. This was his scheme, not ours. He should be the one overseeing all this. Perhaps you should put this pent-up frustration of yours to use outside. After all, in light of Missia's recent failure, it now falls for us to rout the resistance. Really? You're asking me to go out there? Huh. It's about damn time. Somehow I knew you'd relish the opportunity to get your hands dirty. Oh, I assure you, they'll be absolutely filthy by the time I return. It seems the Resistance already had its sights set on the other potential outpost site. I can only hope they secure the location without further losses. I need to be rank 22. Okay, I will need to rank up off stream. That's fine. I can do that. I mean, I need to do fates and critical engagements anyway, so it's not really a problem. Yeah. Fine. 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 It's so windy outside. I don't even know what it's like outside. Quite clear. Looks like a lovely evening. I'm going to use this opportunity to go to the toilet again. We'll come back and I will try and finish off patch 5.5. And then, depending on how long that takes, we can then end up the stream for the day. Because I need to think about dinner. close a window. Getting a little bit cool as the sun's going down. Turn around. So, there is 1 dungeon and 9 quests, all in all. But I imagine it's going to be quite cutscene heavy, as this is the final patch. This is the final set of quests before Endwalker. Although it is, with all final patches, it's actually split into 2. So there's 6 quests with the dungeon, and then there's like the last 3, which is the direct lead up into Endwalker. Good news! Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Ah, welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alizé, Graha, and After. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're 1 Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did. Repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Rauban and the others of how the lands lie in Garlemald. And mayhap you should do the same for us? Indeed, it was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandania? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it's grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. Construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed, or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fandaniel would bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove invaluable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Rauban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. And why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back. I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Kral, we need not all attend. Very well, I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we'll have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome? Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Arenvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Linkpole, you told me you'd be away on a mission. Who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you, looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body is hardly aged, as you are well aware. May I remind you that we Elezen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Oryx such as yourself will crane your neck to meet me. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbreeder towered over me nonetheless. Arenvald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So, what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Fordola's going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Arenvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoid's disposal. But since then, we have seen no sign of this Daniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
Luna Bahamut? Presuming
But
it's a
what worries
primal
me
would
most
make sense.
is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
They have the Echo. They're resistant to tempering.
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
You like Arenvald because he's jacked. Now that it's out in the open, don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolver and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvald, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks.
Oh,
and
you were
I
talking
also
about
know
the one
what's
that
in
was
store if
sitting
we
at the
don't
table.
stop Fan Daniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
Thancred, the one in the trench coat.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Arenvald's fist is like 3 times the size.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Good question.
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Ah, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Why is Tataru talking like...
I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
She started that call sounding like a middle-aged mum.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
When did I give her horns? It's part of the outfit. Part of the glamour that I have on. The horns are from the last Halloween event. So depending on what I'm wearing, sometimes she has horns. Knight of Devilry horns. Here be dragon. So, Stinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open places, squares and markets and whatnot. You and Arthur can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Good day to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Aymeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you've not come in search of him. What then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. As I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Aymeric, only to find him absent? In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Oh, no, his Peloton actually stacks with Jog. I know very little about Jog. I've not actually looked at... It just says movement speed is increased. Okay.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Probably.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Hey, Estinian.
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
Looking good, buddy.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Oh no! No.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Oh, Estinian. Oh.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Oh, had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
The eyes! Oh god!
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
He's such a fanboy.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
The pouting.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Perhaps he sees them as brothers he never had? I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. Oops. I meant to choose the rather than at them.
Huh. Good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
Who came up with their names with your shitty memory to names?
No rest for the righteous, eh?
Most of them are French.
I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation?
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
Yeah, so it seemed in most Elezen appear to have, Elezen being the elf-looking ones, they appear to have names rooted in French. The Lalafels, the little guys, they tend to have names which are repetitive. Like, Tataru's full name is Tataru, I believe. Tataru, some shit. Mikote, the cat boys have, they come from lettered tribes, so the G in front of Rahatia's name is his tribe. He is from the G tribe. That's why his name is Graha instead of just Raha, but that's why we also refer to Y'shtola, who is from the Y tribe, as sometimes just being Stola when she's talked about, like, by her sister Ymitra. The human style tends to have fantasy-sounding names, like Arenvald, Brauban, although that's a surname, Lys. What was Lisa's sister's name? Ise, and Lys, I think. I forget what the bunny naming convention is in the Viera. Given that we've not actually come across many Viera outside of the Raktika Greatwood, other than like Fran. But it's basically the same naming convention as Final Fantasy XII. Hrothgar seem to have almost like Central European-ish seeming names. Like, I don't think they actually are, but it feels like that kind of a language, like a Polish or something kind of name. Like, what was it? Marsak, Sanjalson. Although that I don't think is Polish. I think that's more fantasy, but stuff like that. Aura come from a nomadic tribal background. So again, they tend to come from a tribe, so they might only have a first name and not have a second name. And Rogadin, the big fuckers, are normally... There's two types. There's two, like, sub-races. One, I think, is canon, that the way they are named is after they are born, their father goes outside and names them after the first thing they see. And that's why they have names like Hoary Boulder, Curious Gorge, Broken Mountain. Like, those are their actual names are just adjective noun. Thanks to me, all the bunnies here will be BDSM bunnies for you. Fair enough. I can understand why I have had that impact. Been quite some time since last I set foot in Azizlar, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. Don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas, not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Archer's the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face-to-face. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allegan Empire. Let's just say it helped that Midgar Summer was there to introduce me. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. Torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as well as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Tiamat awaits. This way. I hunger. I was going to make a curried cauliflower soup for dinner. But it's half 8. It might be getting a bit late to do proper cooking.
Edgin.
My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
That my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The Acon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
We saw it in the coils of Bahamut. Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians! Vile minions of darkness! Again you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity! Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire. But words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend
You too were
with
exposed to
icons
his influence.
cannot well be ignorant
That you are
of
yet
this
in
fact.
possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer and he will tell thee the power of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own staff faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins. I shall fight with you, children of man. Okay, now how do we free her? While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we could find that information here? Why, yes, we can indeed. The Allagans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to removal of those shackles. I know Alphino and Arthur here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step toward a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the Flagship. Ah, yes, we are familiar with it. The Aetherochemical Research Facility in particular. You may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood, and armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We shall take good care of it. To the flagship, then. No, I need to get up here. Yeah. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. Should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we've learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Malodorous node. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged part or retreat to a safe distance. Obstreperous. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Probable cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Bleep bloop. Warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in minus 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did. A node which smelt like burned hair. Yes, a chirruping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. No. A chirruping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well. Let us take a closer look. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanism? You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family, or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Afterbun Alphino Levialur, Estinian Wormblood. Welcome, Afterbun. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Unable to disengage restraint of the specimen Tiamat. System update is required. System update? What do you suppose it's asking of us? I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. Can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it's received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it will float there, spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. I dare say we will falter better with guidance than without it. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it'll have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we should be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I'll be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tunes of the Ascian. It was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touched turned to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. There have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Enemy or no, I want to understand him. I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. Certainly after I've wiped the smile off his face. I will remember him. I will keep my promise to Emet-Selch. I see little I see little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. See ya, Alphino! Justinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leaned strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning, I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavour will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no sign of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraint ethereal dampeners. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth! The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may well be able to speed her recovery. After she trusts you, speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Sharlayan scholar Arusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which they held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife. Until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest all too well. Is that Bahamut? No. This is Tiamat. The person that we saw in that flashback was Tiamat. Yeah. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alizé. The magic's working. Yes, that's how proxies, porgies fly. Porxies fly. In fact, I have one myself. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm, but we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this'll work. And I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
No. I'm almost there.
I don't know why she looks confused. This is literally what she asked for.
This is it, Angelo.
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Do it. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this. I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Well, she's free. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalta settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way.
A bad man.
Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
I don't really know why we couldn't have all hitched a ride on the dragon, but okay. I suppose someone has to ride the Bonanza back. Oh no, it's got its own pilot. We don't even drive it. While I'm sure you're desperate to join Justinian and Tiamat in battle, it would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Also, we just used up a shit ton of ether. The flames of war. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldar at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Nods. Oh, sweet, it just teleported me here. Nice. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say that Telephorai have other plans. Pagalthan is already under siege. Happily, the immortal flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarapin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It's good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? We did not profess to be their friends. Your Grace! Marshal Tarapin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favour of the intervention. Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagalthan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we've previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and after and others like her shouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray, set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her Grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenvald and Fordola are in Pagalthan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. Now, Pagalthan, I don't know what the dungeon is like. It is a dungeon. But I do know that it gives me an armor set. This armor set, or rather the chest piece from this one, that I would quite enjoy having more of. It's good tribal armor, and it helps that it's skimpy. But no, it's an interesting armor set, and it has like tribal tattoos as part of it. Which looks quite cool. So yeah, I do actually want to loot stuff in Pagalthan. Fuck it. Greetings! We've been expecting you. Say the word and we shall depart for Pagalthan at once. Oh, okay. What do I want to do it as? Honestly, Red Mage is probably pretty safe. Because it can heal as well. But it also does really good AoE damage. Ooh. Hey, Tiamat. Asian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. I dig with you. Oh, hello. You're a big boy, aren't you? Oh, hey, kobolds. Yeah. They didn't seem to really do anything, unlike the ones on whatever it was that had the summoned warriors of light or seek sacrifice. Heroes Gone. That's the one. Thank you, Overdweller. Let me show you the way. Oh! I thought that was a drill, not a cannon. A curl? Oh, it does look like one of the ones from the Coils of Bahamut. Critical Rip. Don't know what. Oh, I think I know what I was supposed to do. I know for next time. It's kind of like in the air. That's what I figured. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I went with Red Mage. Give me armor? I got boots of aiming. They're not great, but I'll take them.
What took you so long?
Justinian! Tiamat!
You're in trouble. Let's split up.
Okay. Yes. They're going that way, I go this way. Hi. Lucia! Amory, how you doing? Boots of naming, which probably look the exact same, just slightly different color. Yeah. Help is on the way. Please hold on a little longer. Not Lucia, right? No, it's just a random number. That's fine. We don't care about red shirts.
Oh no, you don't.
Hey, Stinian. Hey, Tiamat. Yeah, please help. Thank you. Much appreciated. My poor children, I shall free thee from thy pain. You would lend us your aid, then let us crush this accursed war machine. What even is this? Fortress Presidium is what it is. Yep. Oi. Missiles. I think I just got it. Okay. I'm getting helms. The helms aren't great. I mean, they do work. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Okay, I need that. Yeah. That doesn't quite work because it's covering my eye. But yeah, I like that. I like that. Can I dye it? No. Makes sense given that it's thingy equipment. Dungeon equipment. God damn. I will call unto my children. The icon waiteth in the heavens. My child shall bear thee to him. Ooh. I mean, this feels like an area that we should have been able to explore. It kind of reminds me of the Azim Steppe, but it's in Vanland. Hey, Tiamat. Cool. Oh, hey, Bahamut. How you doing? Or Luna Bahama? Horny Bahama. Dragon on dragon action. Mega Flare. Ooh, Tiamat getting fucked up. Alright, I kind of didn't expect us to fight Luna Bahamut so quickly. Luna Nails. At least it's not Moon Mommy. Well, no, Fandaniel is possessing the body of Moon Mommy. That's what it's called. He's possessing the brother, the body of the brother. Oh, fuck. I may have forgotten about Upmorn. What I don't have is a heal. I do have a mitigation, but it's not the best mitigation. Oh, fuck. Honestly, that could be doing a lot more damage. If I have a Volna for an Upmorn, that's gonna be rough. middle. Fuck. I didn't know it was going to be a safe spot in the middle. I thought it was going to be on the outside for them. Oh, that's punching. 2 Voln Ah! Die. That was a cool fight, though. Some of those mechanics were interesting. There were things I've not seen before, given that I haven't done most of the Savage raids since Alexander. I got shorts. I got shorts. Okay, well, I'll take the shorts and the helmet. Everything else is a bit meh. But I can run this dungeon for more different stuff. Thanks, Tiamat. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Hey, Amalja.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
We would be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
Aye.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
sometime later inside the Pagaltan Tower. That looks organic. Because it is.
What in Relga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
Oh. Are they summoning something? Are they being forced into a summoning? Yes, they are. A corrupted Ifrit.
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
You have a shield, you fucking dumbass. You could have gotten your shield out. While it would be too much to hope that we've seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day. That alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arenvald's safe return. About that. 4 quests until Endwalker. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. Your grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Bagalthan, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, your grace? The wounded scout? Naught save that it is grave. Like Chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. After, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Pagaltan. I mean, Y'shtola and Alizé are accomplished healers. Come on then. Who's that in the background? Oh, I think they're a member of the Flames. Or, front lines. Stuff. Yeah, the Immortal Flames pilot. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Damialot is attending to him as we speak. You would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Damialot say? Tell me his exact words. Let the Kairutrans do their work. But you're right. Forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arenvold, I was afraid something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself.
You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! You need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come. Let's rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will. You don't have enough chairs.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities.
Oh, good. Basically, every primal I've ever killed is probably back as a lunar version.
None appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alpha. Ehrenwald is in good hands here. Of course. You would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength in readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Kral know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It'll be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eager await our return, and Kral in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you'd say you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we?
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Ehrenwald's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Ooh. Good question. That day in the Crystarium?
When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light. That was the voice which calls constantly, to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether.
I mean, for one, didn't Midgardsormr
Then again,
break
who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know.
some level of our link
But
to
if the
Hydaelyn?
explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault.
But I know you would never turn your back on those in need.
Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Estinian has joined the party.
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... Oh, he's trying to find a weapon. He's tried a lot of spears by the look of it.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Well, it looks like I'm going to have a few busy moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. When it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. I don't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. And gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Scions who risk life and limb. Like poor Arenval. Wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. Wouldn't do to have him come back to complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. So that's the end of 5.5. But now we have 5.55, which is the pre... If this was post-Shadowbringers, we are now in pre-Endwalker. There's 3 quests. Just 3. After, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you come hoping for tidings from Krile, I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected, encouraged by Uldar's progress with the Amalja. Gridania's opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Telephoroi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. Council meetings due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. We were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telephoroi, in concert with our new allies. The Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So, the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, mayhap an expedient one considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we'd be honoured to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Now I'll bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, Who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you've worked to end summoning, it's only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavour, don't you? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Aymeric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo. Shall we? I should order some food. That sounds good. Yeah, we'll go with that. This could arrive quite quickly, or it could arrive in quite some time when I'm done. The restaurant is not far away, so it depends how long it takes them to cook it. And how long this will take. It thinks it'll take an hour, but I doubt it's going to take that long, given it's already quite late. Although it is a Saturday. We've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? So we've got the kobolds and the Amalja. Oh, and the Anantha. And the Sil. The Vath, the Sahagin, the Ixal, and the Vanu Vanu. We have a lot of people.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
Inky.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
I'd call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. I'd call it one moment, please.
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Oh.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Alpha, no. Jesus Christ, I've been streaming for nearly 10 hours. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you'll forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores. I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, the sacrifices that would be made and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step. First of many. Many and more. Oh, wrong Grand Company leader. Oh, the Seed's here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphino's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbours, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you'll be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their tasks effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino, I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. I have no wish to see this new endeavour suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you? Not at all! You may count upon my assistance for what little this is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alpino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadows of the Telophori and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. My friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? Well, as if you have to ask. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you if you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades. It'll be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We would be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I would probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must broaden to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question. Namely, why after the Crystal Braves disbanded did some members choose to remain with us, while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together, and that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. This is my hope, yes. The questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to those that have kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Grindania later on. You have no objections, I've a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Alian. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out there. Hey, Riol. It's been a while, I feel like. Well, look who it is. What brings you to it? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Rio will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. In my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself. I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I'm able. That wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. In spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the signs of something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. As time go on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting. Which is what being a Scion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, after, could you... give us your thoughts on the Crystal Braves? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilberd, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strength, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Chicken fettuccine. Lemon muffin! Lemon muffin. Lemon and poppy seed muffins are one of my favourite. I really, really like lemon and apple confectionery. And pastries. Tarte citron. Oh, yes. Also an apple tart. In fact, I have some apple crumble in the fridge. Which I will probably have for dessert tomorrow. Well, I think we've taken up enough of our colleagues' time. I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. This is the penultimate quest of Shadowbringers. Now. And I imagine it's also going to be dialogue / cutscene heavy. Which I'm okay with. Where is she? There she is. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I'll set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray, go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I'll join you in on. Whale. Brixio. Welcome, brave ones and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see walking ones again so soon after meeting. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one Kani Senna said that walking ones should be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telephori. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Alizé, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. What? No. A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Sharlayan has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kral has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specifically. Wait, it isn't who I think it is. Their dad? It is. I could scarce believe it myself. When I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Horshinolt Levialur. Your father? Well now, in fact, a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I gleaned from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he's concerned for your well-being? Perhaps. He has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed. And whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to what his true purpose is. Elder Frixio, loath that I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray, accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits us even now. Let us be on our way. My food is apparently on its way. Which means it probably won't be far away. Because it's literally about 5 minutes up the road. Conjurer's Guild. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seedseer and your friends are waiting within. My friends, thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunalt's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kral permission to request Sharlayan's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover, when we finally get to see what the Levialur twins' dad looks like. He's pretty hot.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
No, it's not, but her voice sounds like it's going to give me directions.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
Turn left.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
You'd give him a different hairstyle.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
What of the Forum's decision?
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are.
One moment, my food is here. Food. Glorious food. Okay. Hopefully there's a lot of voiced cutscenes. Goodbye.
But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. It is in your power to save us. Refuse and you condemn us all. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. That one I like.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? Oh, shit!
Father! How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Sorry, I had a mouthful of food. That's some heavy shit. So that's what he came here to say. And we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi. As for the rest, like it or not, it was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, as he handed down their judgment. could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortunault who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telephoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel as they are wont to do? Because of crime? After. Has Master Fortunault arrived yet? Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not entirely true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fortunault's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telephoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to meet me here, when the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. Please do. Well, there are one or two things to take care of here first. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope, yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telephoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there's no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? Muffin. Voiced cutscene? Damn it. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, Walking Ones! Grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones send terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Xelphatol. Destroying Ones and captured ones, and even frightful godly ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, Destroying Ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West? That'd be Kurthus. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telephori have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose is yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time is come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it's a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait! This one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all the walking ones know. Farewell. And Daniel. Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray, see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. Well, this is the final quest of Shadowbringers. And if there's cutscenes, or once it's done, I can eat. My food arrived a little quicker than I was hoping. After, it would seem Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Arenvald? Arenvald! For multiple reasons, please be voiced.
Arenvald! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Oh.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
We carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too. We'll be sure to give your regards to the Telephoroi. Some things may have changed. The adventure isn't over yet. We carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
Yes, Fordola. Harsh but fair. And true.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
I'm sure Tataru would welcome some help. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set on Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Kautano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Let's do it. Hopefully it starts with some cutscenes. And even more hopefully they're voiced.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cartano. As for the Ascian, who was briefly sighted above the battlefield but has since vanished, he likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they don't. Whatever the Telophoroi's plans may be, the primals are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
Hold fast.
But this shit is getting serious, and I am here for it. Like, Shadowbringers' story got me hyped at points. This is the pre-story to Endwalker. It's getting me hyped. go west? Okay. That's not... Oh no, that is west. For some reason I thought that was north, but no, it's south. Something's not right. Don't see any primals. Wait, what? As the scions spread out across the field, Alize and Graha take the fight to the Telephoroi. I'm sorry, but those little figures are fucking awesome. Wait, what? Graha's... What? Am I gonna have to play as them? I mean, have to. Am I gonna get to play as them? Are we gonna play as, like, all of the scion? Oh, God, yes. There are so many of them. I won't be curing anyone at this rate. We'll have to incapacitate them first. Alright.
Allow me.
With this degree of physical ulceration, fear they are beyond help, Imperials or no. I hate to see them in such pain. I see that their suffering is not prolonged.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Got it! Seems we've earned a moment's respite. Then let us take this opportunity to cure the tempered. Do it. Do it, you beautiful porcine bastard. Do you see that? The glyph, yes. How worried should we be? listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. And now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim steppe, but greater in scale. Far greater. The glyphs that Van Daniel has conjured reach into its very midst. I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resulting disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Oh, okay, now I'm there. Luna Odin? Okay, I don't have my thing. I don't have my damage over time. This is kind of weird healing with this kind of toolkit.
My turn.
May the 12 guide you.
Duty failed because Thancred died. Oh god, okay. It's weird because none of the buttons are where I would put them. It also doesn't help that my keyboard was pushed further away from me so I could eat. Ah. We'll count that as a death. Just fuck it. We'll go again. Oh, maybe it was the confluence, actually. I can heal the confluence.
I shall protect thee.
I think where I was going wrong was not healing confluence.
My
fighter.
May the 12 guide you.
Like it's Raiden. Please. I've done enough Baldessian Arsenal to know how to deal with the likes of you. I've also done enough of the Odin Fate.
Away with you!
The best defense is a good defense!
Odin's prepared to strike again. Stay out of his reach. It is kind of cool to fight primals again, especially the ones from A Realm Reborn. It's like the likes of Odin never got a hard mode. Or an extreme, rather. Ultimate Zansetsuken. Die! Thank you. It does kind of look cool with purple though. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alizé prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravana. Ravana also looks cool. That must be Ravana, a formidable opponent by all accounts, but so are we. Okay. I also have heal and medica. Okay. So it forced us to protect the confluence from this beam. Moths to the flame. We have to keep them from the confluence. There are so many. Oh yeah, break.
I have you now.
Does make it considerably easier. parry. Okay, we've got lunar nails that look an awful lot like Ifrit. Oh my god. At the selfsame moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estidian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit low. I didn't realize Lunar Odin is a very odd choice. Lunar Ifrit, the one Arenvald and Fordola encountered. Because Odin isn't summoned. Odin is the sword. It's the sword inhabits the wielder and channels that into Odin. It's not that it's a true primal. So I don't quite know how there's a lunar version. Huh. This one is not to be taken lightly. Be on your guard. Whereas like Ravana makes sense, summoned by a beast tribe, so you just kidnap the Va. And they'll do it. Garuda, the Ixal, makes sense. Ifrit, the Amalga, makes sense. Even, Ramu makes sense. In the Sylph. If in doubt, follow the NPCs. Wave of malevolent ether forms of nails. I don't know if I'm going to be able to destroy these. Yeah, do something. Oh! Yeah, damn!
Be outdone.
Hey, Quizzled, how you doing? As long as I draw breath, I won't give in. It's time we ended this.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
You miss Moon Mommy, they were pleasant to look at. Don't worry, if nothing else, I know there's the raids in Dawn Trail that are, some of them, pleasant to look at.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
And they've done what was previously thought impossible.
I should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
One battle at a time. We'll get there.
That we will.
Ooh. This is one I need to add to the stream standby playlist. It's the Endwalker theme. In fact, no, I think, is it? It might be the Shadowbringers one. It's a very cool theme, whichever one you go. But yes, that is Shadowbringers. It took 11 hours today, but we have reached the end, the true end of Shadowbringers, including the patches. So, starting tomorrow, we could start Endwalker, and I am hyped for Endwalker because the stuff that's happened just today has been like epic. I was a bit worried that after having spent so much time in effectively another world where the only thing that we sort of have to show for anything that we did over there was Graha coming back. And fair enough, we've now got a way to cure the Tempered, which is massive, massive lore implications. But, like, other than that, the only thing that we brought back was Graha. So I was like, okay, well, how are they going to get me interested in being back in the source again? The towers and the lunar summons, that kind of does it. They're basically Dark Aeons. They're basically Dark Aeons. So I can finally say that I've done the Dark Aeons? Maybe? Probably not. No, I can't. But but yeah, that honestly, Heaven's Ward, like, A Realm Reborn is a slog to get through, and they've changed it massively since when it was current and everything. So the pacing is a bit weird on it, especially given that you level up so much faster than what you're actually doing. Heaven's Ward didn't really hit for me. It felt like they were still trying to find the way that they wanted to tell the story. And it had a little bit... I mean, maybe it's just the religious overtones of it, and I don't particularly enjoy. Religious overtones, because I'm not religious. Having a religious subplot, great. And don't get me wrong, it makes sense that it's a very effectively very Catholic region, and that's, you know, heavily tied into the monarchy and the church. It's very European in that sense. But then it just didn't quite hit for me. Stormblood was starting to get more into it. Maybe because I had been through it before. I don't know. It just didn't quite... It felt like it was still trying to find its place in how they were telling the story. Shadowbringers, I think they found it, but more toward the end, very much so toward the end, it started to become chef's kiss. Like, the climax of Shadowbringers got me really hyped. The climax of Post-Shadowbringers patches, it's got me hyped. I'm looking forward to Endwalker and what they do with it all. I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about Dawn Trail, because I know that there's a lot of people that have complained about the story in Dawn Trail. And it's going to be very different, because my understanding is that Endwalker is kind of like the end of the current saga. But I don't know, that might not be accurate. But Endwalker is the end of Garlemald being the antagonist state, I believe. So even if the Ascians and stuff are still involved, it will no longer be anything to do with the Empire, which is still a big, like, saga being over. I hope that we learn more about Azim. The Ascian that we are likely a sundered part of. I don't think I'm going to get to do that grinding for the parts in Zadnor like I was hoping to, given that it's, you know, 1:45 to midnight. So yeah, that might have to wait. So tomorrow we will start by doing Sage and Reaper job quests up to 80. And then we'll start Endwalker. It's almost 1 AM for you, so the night is still young. Let's go. I've been streaming for 11 hours. I need to wind down and chill and get ready for bed. Like, I was supposed to cook today. I was supposed to make a cauliflower soup, which doesn't sound like it's exciting, but I was actually looking forward to it because there's a I mean, cauliflower just makes a really good soup. So does broccoli. The stalk makes it really, really creamy and viscous, lovely body to it. And I was going to do that with some curried spice, roast the cauliflower off so it's nice and nutty, and then do some pancetta or chorizo on top. It was going to be Instead, I ordered the curry, which I've eaten maybe half, 2/3 of. Although, to be fair, I got a biryani, a chapati, and a paratha, and I ate the chapati very quickly whilst there was cutscenes going on, and I got like halfway through the paratha. So. I am not hungry. I feel like I have eaten. Yeah, I am looking forward to Endwalker. I'm especially looking forward to getting to the end of Endwalker. Because then I can get everything up to level 100 instead of 98. Because Wondrous Tales, so long as it's not in Dawn Trail, I'll be able to do it. And the fact that Shadowbringers, I had gotten through to just after Amarot on my previous character, but I was skipping all the cutscenes and stuff. We are in completely new territory for me. I have no idea what's coming up. I only know that we're gonna go to Garlemald and that we're gonna go to the moon. Those are the only two things I know about Endwalker. It's kind of difficult to avoid locations after a certain while because there's all the like discords for hunts and special fates and stuff to see what some of the names are. Yeah. To the moon. I'm sorry, but I don't think Moon Mommy's coming back. Sorry to crush your bubble, Misty, but I don't think Moon Mummy Tsukiyomi is coming back. But I'm also looking forward to doing Delibram Regine Savage. Because I'll probably do that with the Lunar Forays group. Given that I know those guys. I did many Baldessian Arsenal runs with them. But it does seem like there isn't much reason in doing multiple DRS runs unless you are going for the items to augment the Law's Order armor set, or going for the title achievement that you get from doing 10 In fact, actually, I think you get the title from only doing 5 clears of DRS. Thankfully, DRS doesn't seem to be involved in augmenting the weapon any further. Twitch asked you if you're sure that you want to send that message because it might be harmful because you said you'll slap me. I think I do have auto mod on for certain things. Normally that would just delete your post before it wasn't mod. Yeah, it might just be that Twitch has a setting for it. Yeah, so auto mod is built into Twitch, but it does stuff like stops you being able to put in certain words. Like, as a white guy, you probably shouldn't be using the N-word in my chat. So that's one of the banned words that auto mod stops you from being able to use. Yeah, there's no reason someone should be using that positively in my channel. You know how it works, you are a mod. Oh, fair enough. And a damn strict one. I'm sorry. Email verification on followers. Users without a verified email can only follow with accounts older than, and the lowest value is 1 hour. That isn't gonna solve it. Aren't ban hammers supposed to be used sparingly? Depends. Really need to sort out that commission for the channel alerts and get some emotes and shit. It just feels like there's been a lot going on. Yeah, I need to sort that out. I need to sort out a bunch of stuff, to be honest. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll start tomorrow with Sage and Reaper job quests. Depending on if I do get much Bosnia stuff done, we could do... I need to get up to resistance rank 22. So if I can, I'll try and do that. It might be a matter of doing that before stream tomorrow instead of after stream tonight. Yeah. Because I need to unlock the third zone so that I can get all of the stuff that I need to farm for this stage of the relic. Because then I think I get to the point where I have to start farming raw emotions, which is the final thing. And for that, it's going to be a bunch of Delabun. Just a shit ton of Delabun. I also need to do a shit ton of Castrum. And when we do get to the end of Endwalker, I need to do all of the Hildebrand questline, which I've never done. Because that's needed in order to do the Endwalker relic, although I do want to unlock the Endwalker relic as soon as possible, preferably whilst I'm still doing stuff in Bosnia, because it's a tombstone dump, and I will get a lot of tombstones from Bosnia, like I did in Eureka. Whereas Dawn Trail has a new field operation, so that will be more similar to Bosnia. Although I have read somewhere that you can grind the relic items outside the field operation if you want to. So it might be quite similar to Bosnia in that it's like, oh, you can either get it on the southern front or doing fates and shit. I also need to kill Archaeotanya once more, because I want to get the... I think it's the body that I need. I need to double check which part it is that I need from Archaeotanya. I then will need to do the Endwalker ones. I don't even know what you get from the Endwalker one. I know that there's one that's to do with a priest or something. I am gonna have to run to the toilet. I will be back. Okay, I'm here. How long? How long? I think I skipped the the 5.0 credits. I don't remember sitting through all that again. How long does Endwalker take? There are a total of 108 quests in Endwalker. I mean, that doesn't say how long any of those quests were. Shadowbringers was 106 quests. Okay. Doesn't really tell me anything, does it? I think the raids are Pandemonium. The Alliance raids are something to do with the 12. Or at least one of them is. I think I know what one of the trials is. Probably one of the story trials. But yeah, I don't know. That much. How much more? Wait, change the speed? Motherfucker. Forgot I could do that. We're nearly there, yes. thought we were nearly there. We're not. There we go. There's a lot of people here. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. Thought of everything, Lord Aymeric. May I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home? Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telferoi have been driven from Cartano, 'tis like the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I'm confident we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telferoi at bay, I would ask you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labour. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigations, of course. Certain secrets I want to hide where only entreprenizing individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you're able to cover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray, do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they are plainly, to the Telferoi's plan. We can discern their ultimate function, we'll be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telferoi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities. The final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphano. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlian. According to Kral, the Forum have been secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telferoi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunault's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlian have ever been the wellspring of ethereological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you after? Might you be persuaded to join us? An island of bookworms and bureaucrats? Have we no other choice? If it means I can have words with Fornshalt, what a course for Charlian. If it means I can have words with Fornshalt. Only after I do. If he and his friends in the forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. It appears we're in agreement. We have but to wait for Kral to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? But a strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I'll soon find out whether my fears are warranted. You have learned the emote. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital, a gun scythe. I mean, those clothes do look a lot better on you.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Well, shit.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me.
Hey, Bit. Hey.
Darkness comes. And with it, the end.
Why does she kind of look like the Firekeeper?
The fate of the star is in your hands.
She has one of the ancient masks, which makes sense, given she was created by the ancients.
Everything all right back there?
At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines in gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what ends betides. Ooh. Sweet. Well, that is where I'm going to call it for today, because it's been nearly 12 hours. Yeah, it's been nearly 12 hours. Ooh, it's a good thing I finished here, because YouTube only allows 12-hour recordings anymore. But yeah, tomorrow we will do some more, and we will get cracking into Endwalker. Yeah. So, thank you very, very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Ooh. I don't know if I already have that. Oh. Oh, Grage. Yeah. Thank you for watching, and have a good one. Later.